Hello, my chicklets. Thank you for stopping by. Today will be the last day in our month of Edu. Thank you so much for being here and enjoying this ride with me. It has been wonderful to be able to do all of these stories by Edu. And thank you so much to Dilly Dally Dove and Starshard77 on Tumblr for their amazing artwork this month. My original artist for this story wasn't able to come through, so thank you so much to Starshard for being able to do all of the artwork that they have done for this one in just a week. And thank you also to the two other artists on Tumblr who were able to help me with this. Their links are in the description. Please make sure to check those out. As some of you know, October is normally the month I take off, so I will be doing a bunch of short stories for next month. Most of them will be pre-recorded so that I can have as much time to myself as possible, so that I can rest, rejuvenate, and be right back at it in November. Without further ado, let me jump into Punk's Poet's Parents by EduPunkNoob. Chapter 1. Thursday, October 6, 1983, New York City. Remus was halfway down the cement steps when he heard the whine of the subway and felt the rush of hot air that signaled a train was starting to pull into the station. Judging by the direction of the sound, it was on his side of the platform. He ran the rest of the way down, tightening the strap on his base case on his back and fishing in his pocket for a subway token. He sprinted to the turnstile, dropping in the token and pushing through the big yellow barrier just as the train doors opened. Happily relying on the ignorance of strangers, he smiled. People only saw a tall man in spiked leather and bright green hair, and hurried to get out of the way as he ran to the closest open door. They never considered he was just another hamster in the wheel, trying to get somewhere on time. His heel had just cleared the door when they closed with a thunk, and the train began to move. Grinning widely, Remus grabbed a pole just in time to avoid being thrown in the lap of the closest passenger as the train jolted to a start. Logan stepped out of his tiny bedroom into the equally tiny living room. Patton dropped his feet off the edge of the coffee table a half-second after he entered the room. Logan raised an eyebrow at his little brother, who flashed his trademark "I'm too cute to hate" grin. He shook his head, but was unable to completely suppress his smile. Quickly, he scooted past the television, heading to the kitchen for one last sip of coffee before leaving for this evening's performance. Patton peeled his eyes from Schneider's antics on the television, finally registering Logan's concert attire. "Ooh, I really like that shade of blue. It brings out your eyes." Bowing his head slightly in thanks, Logan tilted his head to Patton, pocketing his key and wallet. "Are you quite certain you do not wish to join me tonight? I expect this performance to be quite compelling. I am confident we can purchase another ticket at the door." "Nah, you have fun. I'm making an early home visit tomorrow, and I'm feeling like an old drum." Patton grinned and danced his shoulders back and forth, waiting for the groan his pun was certain to earn. Instead, all he got was an indulgent smile and a sigh. "Would that be because you are figuratively beat?" Patton threw his head back and giggled, clapping his hands. "Who says you're no good at puns?" An understanding of the root of a pun does not necessitate an appreciation for the so-called humor of a given pun, Logan replied dryly. "I have noticed a marked similarity between your favorite style of puns and those practiced by my first graders." Logan winked, in too good of a mood to maintain his feigned annoyance. Patton laughed and ducked as Logan reached out to muss his little brother's hair on the way to the door. After checking his pockets one more time, Logan crouched to tie his laces. "Turn off the TV before you go to bed, all right? And keep the door locked, please. I have my keys." "You got it, Warden. Have fun." Hilly Crystal poked his head into the tiny sticker-lined green room behind the stage at CBGBs. "You've drawn quite a crowd tonight, boys. Can you hear them?" Virgil sat cross-legged on the counter in the corner, applying and reapplying his stage makeup in front of a small mirror he held with one hand. He frowned and made a face at Hilly. "Don't remind us." Roman grinned broadly and stood up behind his boyfriend, waiting for him to put down the eye pencil before wrapping his arm around him, pressing a kiss against his neck. "Oh, you know the crowd loves you, V." He gripped Virgil's chin, gently turning his head so their eyes could meet. "It's almost enough to make me jealous." Blushing and fighting the grin pulling at his lips, Virgil returned to his makeup, muttering, "Oh, shut up," without malice. Roman's smile only grew, and he released the drummer and allowed him to continue his preparations. Virgil turned and eyed the lead singer's skin-tight red leather pants, ripped shirt that revealed more than it covered, and velvet cape draped dramatically over one shoulder. "You know everyone in the audience is just going to drool over you, Ro." "He's got you there, Bro." Remus leaned against the doorway, half watching their flirtation and half listening to the markedly louder crowd in the main area of the club. "What do you think tonight's take is, Hilly?" Hilly lit a cigarette and smiled. "It's looking like double last week's." He blew a puff of smoke away from Remus's face. "Word is out on you, boys." He took another drag on the cigarette before checking his watch. "You're up in 10 minutes. Hilly turned to leave, calling and laughing over his shoulder. "Just remember who gave you your star, yeah?" Shaking his head, Remus picked up his bass and checked the tuning. Roman started his round of warm-ups, chugging a sports drink and muttering about red and yellow leather. Remus rolled his eyes, smiling to himself. "You can take the kid out of the theater." They were halfway through their set, and Roman signaled to Remus to start their new song. Remus swallowed hard. This was their first song he had written completely on his own, and Roman stepped away from the mic, letting Remus take lead vocals. He heard Virgil step down the tempo slightly, starting the familiar beat of his song. Looking down at his battered instrument, Remus started picking out the bass line. The light vibrations from the steel strings buzzed through his arms and against his hips before being amplified through the speaker surrounding the stage. He closed his eyes, letting the pounding drums meld together with the bass, listening as Romans picked up the melody on his guitar. Slowly, the tension, the crowd, his anxieties, it all just melted away, and all that was left was the music, pulsing out through his fingertips and out in the universe. He opened his eyes and stepped closer to the microphone, lips brushing against the mesh, feeling his mustache scrape across the top. He started to sing. "How can you even see me when I can't see myself?" His voice started in his signature low rasp, which, as Roman would point out repeatedly, wasn't strictly singing. One late night, hours into a marathon rehearsal session, Remus had finally lost his temper and shouted at his brother, "Well, what the fuck would you call it then, Manilow?" Roman sputtered, It sounds like you're..." His face matched his signature cape, and he turned his back to Remus, draining the last of his beer next to his mic stand. Finally, Virgil interjected, muttering to Remus, "Just let it go, man, let it go." He tapped out a rhythm on the snare. "Come on, let's pick up right before the bridge." Shaking off the memory, Remus sang the next verse. "How can you even see me when I can't be myself?" Remus looked out into the audience. As expected, all eyes were drawn to his brother. Remus glanced over and saw Roman swirling his hips, hands dancing up and down the neck of his guitar. Ever the showman, even when he wasn't singing lead, Remus swiveled back to face the mic. He'd been mistaken. Roman hadn't captured every set of eyes in the audience. Near him, standing just a few feet away from the lip of the stage, was a guy in tight jeans, a black long-sleeve flannel, and knee-high Doc Martens. His neck was draped with thin chains, and he had spiky electric blue hair. His eyes never strayed from Remus. "All alone when I'm walking right through the glimmering light." Remus kept his gaze for a moment, watching as Blue's eyes grew at the verse before looking down for the next verse. "And they hate and they mock, but I won't stop my fight." Remus risked another look, expecting to see that Blue had figured out that Roman was the one to watch. Blue's eyes were locked on him. "Stay on target." Remus started the next verse just before Virgil would have to start the section again. "How can you even see me when I walk? Can you see me when they mock? Can you see me?" Blue's eyes were answering his question. Everything else faded away. All the other sounds in the club, the bodies slamming against each other on the dance floor, Roman's gyrations next to him, the frenetic pounding of Virgil's drums. All of it just fizzled away. All that was left was his music, his world, and Blue. When they bite, can you see me? When they hate, can you see me? How can you even feel me? They moved seamlessly into the next song in the set, and Roman picked up the lead vocals for the next several songs, one of which included a tricky bass solo that Remus and Virgil created together. Remus looked up during their next song, and he saw Blue out in the audience, not quite as close to the stage. Blue was watching him. Remus missed a note, and Roman shot him an angry look, so he dragged his eyes back down to the bass in his hands, biting his lip, forcing his fingers to obey. The next time Remus looked up, he caught a tiny glimmer of Blue's hair over by the bar. Virgil counted off their last song of the night, and Remus poured his attention into his playing. The last song was always the one everyone remembered best, and he was going to deliver. He just hoped Roman remembered the new verse he wrote. On the beach, at night alone, you let go. All my world, all my soul, all the world belongs to you. All my heart, all my blood, all my world belongs to you. Remus looked up as he played the last note, eyes scanning the crowd for that lovely electric blue. There was a sea of colors and shapes in the crowd, but Remus couldn't spot his blue. Fuck, dude, possessive much? Maybe learn the guy's name first. Remus shook his head and unplugged his bass before following Roman and Virgil off the stage, heading back to the green room. Just before ducking into the microscopic room, Remus scanned the crowd one more time, hoping to catch a glimpse of that lovely blue-tressed man. Not spotting him, he shrugged, then joined his bandmates, calling out, "All right, friend, Roman countryman, what's next?" Logan yawned as he tiptoed into his apartment. As he'd anticipated, Patton had fallen asleep on the couch. Chuckling lightly under his breath, he turned around and locked and chained the door behind him, gently placing his keys and wallet in the little bowl by the door. He slipped off his shoes and walked over to where Patton was sprawled in front of the still-on television, currently playing an I Love Lucy rerun. Smiling and shaking his head, he turned the knob on the television until it clicked off. He then opened up the blanket draped over the back of the couch, covering his brother. Patton woke when he nudged a pillow close to the back of his head, trying to ensure he wouldn't wake up with a wry neck. Patton's eyes blinked open and he squinted, trying to focus on Logan's face. Logan chuckled again. "Pat, are you certain you would not be more comfortable in your own bed?" "Nah, big bro. It's cozy here. How's the concert?" Logan smiled. It was a remarkable performance. They played some original works tonight, including a debut. Logan's voice trailed off and nodded almost absently, looking at nothing in particular. His lips curled up at the edges, and he tapped his fingers to a beat only he could hear. Feeling Patton's eyes on him, he cleared his throat and continued. "In addition to their usual repertoire of classics, of course, quite enjoyable, and certainly worth the late hour on a school night." That's good. Night, Lo," Patton mumbled, drifting back to sleep. Logan kissed his brother on the head and chuckled. 24 and still hasn't grown out of falling asleep with the television on. "Pleasant dreams, Patton. See you in the morning." Logan took a moment to drink a full glass of water and take his vitamins before making his way to his room. He removed his contacts in the bathroom, swapping them for his usual black-framed eyeglasses. As part of his typical nightly routine, he scrubbed his face before brushing and flossing his teeth. When he was done, he used a clean paper towel to wipe down the sink, counter, and mirror, leaving the tiny bathroom shining in the dim light. After flicking off the bathroom and hallway lights, Logan returned to his room and changed into his pajamas. He hung his pants and put the rest of his concert clothes in the hamper. Walking past his dresser, he double-checked his alarm clock, briefly testing the volume, then took a moment to straighten the bright blue wig carefully set on its stand next to his clock. He smiled, then turned off the light and climbed into bed. Chapter 2. The Book I Read. Friday, October 7th, 1983. Logan sat at the kitchen table, sipping his third cup of coffee, leafing through his copy of Walt Whitman's Inscriptions. He'd laid awake last night, well past his intended sleep time, haunted by the lyrics of that song from last night. He could only remember snippets of it now. All alone when I'm walking right through the glimmering light. He shook his head. It was so familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. And the bit about the glimmering, no, it had actually been glimmering. That was what had drawn Logan's attention to the line. Tapping the end of his pencil against his lips, Logan scanned the poems in front of him. Sighing, he stood, making his way back to the coffee maker for yet another refill. As he poured, he absently watched the dark liquid fill the cup, and he turned the words around in his mind. Glancing at the time on the coffee maker, he gulped down the coffee before calling to the back bedroom. "Patton, you need to leave in 10 minutes. Patton was already running out of his room, buttoning his shirt. I know, I overslept." Logan wordlessly filled another cup halfway with coffee, topping off the rest with milk, then handed it to his brother. "Oh, thanks," he murmured, sipping at the milky coffee. Patton reached behind Logan for a banana from the counter, chugging the coffee. Ripping open the peel, he took a large bite, then started rooting through the refrigerator, searching for something to bring along for lunch. Logan leaned against the counter, sipping his coffee, watching Patton's panicked movements. "There's a bag with your name on it on the top shelf, Pat." Patton froze, then stood up, holding the paper sack with his name written on it in Logan's clear block lettering. "You're a lifesaver, Lo." He took another giant bite of his banana, mumbling, "Thanks." Chuckling, Logan handed him a napkin. "You're welcome." Taking another sip, he looked at the time again. I need to get going as well. Will you be home for dinner tonight?" As he spoke, he put down his own coffee, walking over to the large bookshelf that dominated the wall in their living room. He pulled a few more poetry books down, stacking them in his arms. He snagged the Whitman and tucked them all into his satchel. "I'm meeting a couple of friends from my work and last year's internship for drinks tonight." Patton pulled on his jacket, then finished his banana and his coffee. Logan eyed the peel and empty cup left on the counter for a second before Patton turned back, rinsing the mug and tossing the peel. "Hey, wanna come? Barb was asking about you." "Barb is interested in me." Logan shook his head. "It would be unadvisable for me to attend. I do not want to send her mixed signals." He looked significantly at his brother. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey, we should do something this weekend, then." Patton looked at the clock. Fudge. I gotta go. See you, Lo." Patton shoved his feet into his shoes and grabbed his bag, running for the door. "Who are you censoring for? I was present when you first said fuck at age 4. Logan called after him. Patton opened the door again to stick out his tongue, taunting in a sing-song, "Just trying to respect my elders," right before lightly slamming it shut behind him. "Elder by 5 years," Logan called back, chuckling and shaking his head, still smiling at his brother's antics. He took a few minutes to pack his own lunch and to wash their mugs, letting them dry in the dish rack. He emptied the trash, tied off the bag, and replaced the liner. He gathered his satchel, keys, and wallet, then left for school, locking the door behind him. Logan sat back in his creaky old chair, staring at the papers spread on the desk in front of him. In the center of the desk were 5 attendance Delaney cards. It was only the 3rd week of school, and these 5 students had already missed between 4 and 8 days of school. He picked up the first card, Damian Richards. He opened his desk drawer, jogging through the files until he found Richards. Pulling out the file, he opened it and checked his emergency information card, asthma. Shaking his head, Logan put the card and file to one side. He checked the next card, Laura Steinway. Opening her file, Logan reread the note from last year's teacher, suspected home trouble. Sighing, he placed Laura's file in a different stack. Logan repeated the process for all 5 students, with already checkered attendance records. When he'd finished, he identified 3 as likely medically related. One student had the misfortune of contracting chickenpox last week, and he made a note of the children he'd noticed had spent the most time with that little girl before she stayed home. 2 of the children's absences, however, were likely due to other causes. He would speak with the principal about Laura. Logan had already spoken with the child's parents twice in the last 3 weeks, and their blasé attitude around their daughter's schooling made Logan's blood boil. A stern reminder from the principal that education was compulsory and they were legally required to ensure their child attended school regularly might make a difference. Logan looked more closely at the file for the 5th child, Janice Henney. He remembered this student from his initial review at the beginning of the school year. The child had been absent for an extended period last year due to hospitalization. He shook his head and scowled. Lousy record-keeping by last year's teacher. The file didn't specify why the child had been hospitalized, and in fact, had very little information about the child other than noting he'd been out and that he was not disruptive in class. For not the first time, Logan wondered if it was relevant to the scar on the child's face. Regardless, his record included no reference to any ongoing medical care or condition that might result in frequent absences, nor was there any mention of his apparent mutism, nor any interventions his kindergarten teacher had tried. He sighed again, lips curling in disgust. No wonder Miss Skinner was let go. It was time to meet Mr. and Miss Henney. Logan pulled out a sheet of bright blue teacher time notes and penned out a message for Janice's parents, inviting them to come in after school to talk about their child. When he was finished, Logan checked the time. 10 minutes until students began to arrive. Just enough time for another cup of coffee. He was gonna need it. Remus ran the last 2 blocks to the Village Voice office in Cooper Square. He had 10 minutes before the editor's meeting, and he desperately needed to grab a cup of coffee from his favorite cart on the corner before having anything valuable to contribute. As he approached the tiny coffee cart, Max saw him coming and waved, starting a large light and sweep before he even got in line. When it was his turn, Remus gave him $2 and a giant smile. "Thanks, Max. You're a lifesaver, man." "Hey, I read your last article. Is it true? You get over 1,000 letters a week?" Remus grinned and glanced at his watch. Yeah, he had time. Stepping to the side so the next person in line could order, he tucked in the little tab on his coffee cup and took a long drag of the steamy, sweet caffeine and sighed, nodding. "Most weeks, yeah." "Damn, you need that coffee more than the schmucks down on Wall Street." Laughing, Remus took another long swig of the coffee. "I don't know if I'd go that far, but yeah, I read a lot of letters. Most of them are, scintillating." Remus wagged his eyebrows over his cup. Max laughed. "Well, at least you get to share your experience with all the sad and lonely souls of New York who are looking for love." Remus winced. "Yes, I get to share my copious relationship experience with my readers. Speaking of which," he raised his cup in a salute and rushed off to the heavy brass doors in his tiny little desk tucked in the corner on the 4th floor. When he got to his desk, he found 2 mailbags worth of letters to go through. Remus rubbed his hands together, grinning. "Editing meeting first, fun later," he muttered to himself, grabbing his notebook and a couple of pens, then dashed off to the staff room downstairs. Remus slid into a seat in the back of the room just as features editor, Jeff, started speaking. "Okay, people, listen up." Jeff waited for the caffeinated din to quiet. "With Kate getting pulled over to the school asbestos story, we need someone who can pick up her article on the homeless encampment in the tunnels downtown." Kate sat near the front of the room and turned in her seat to look behind her, staring pointedly at Teresa, the reporter on the child welfare beat. Jeff followed her gaze. "Terry?" He held out his hand in a supplicating gesture. "These kids fell out of the foster care system and ended up homeless. You've been down there interviewing them." Remus shifted in his seat, watching Teresa's expression. "They're not all kids." Teresa scowled, carefully keeping her line of sight directed away from Remus. "The kids are just the photogenic ones that make the front page. 63% of the adults in that camp, including most of the addicts, used to be foster kids. They just aged out." She shook her head, glaring at the features editor. "I'll write it." She stabbed her pen in his direction. "But you need to make sure you don't edit out all the images of the adults who live down there too." Jeff crossed his arms, staring at her. Teresa just lifted her chin, tapping her pen on the top of her notepad. Finally, he nodded, and she, briefly, grinned. Jeff turned back to the board in front of them, calling out the next article up for grabs. Only then did Teresa cast a quick look of shared victory to Remus, a smile still hiding behind her glasses. Chapter 3. Hole in My Life. Thursday, October 20th, 1983. All right, let's try that again, Virgil called out. He shifted the floor tom back another inch so he'd stop catching the frame with his wrist. He tried out the last rhythm, nodding. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Hilly had opened up CBGBs early to let the trio practice with the new drum kit before tonight's regular Thursday gig, and they were taking full advantage of the extra time on stage. Live, die, my young love, live, die, forever is now. Live, die, and dance while I sing, we never know. The earth and the sky are one today. Our love and our pain are one today. To lose and to have are one today. Low, high, lower we go, low, high. Lover, let's go. All my love, live, die. Forever is now, live, die. We dance while I sing. When they finished, Virgil whistled lowly from behind the drums. Shit, Ree, it sounded sappier without the music. Told ya. Remus fiddled with the tuning peg on his A string, strumming and adjusting the pitch. Roman turned away from the mic and fixed Virgil with a steamy glare. Something wrong with sappy, my love? Virgil blushed and rolled his eyes, tapping out a short rhythm on the snare. You know I don't think that. Virg just wants to make sure I don't ruin our street cred with a bunch of love songs, Remus murmured to his brother. Satisfied with the A, he checked the rest, spinning off a little riff from the Police. Roman laughed. Yeah, you're the wrong brother for sappiness. Everything you ever wanted to know about sex, yes. Love songs? He scrunched his nose, shaking his head. Remus sang under his breath, continuing to tune his bass. Or maybe I'm just looking for too much. Virgil watched Remus staring down at his bass, playing through the rest of the bass line. He made a slicing motion toward Roman, glancing pointedly at his brother. Roman scowled and moved closer to the drum kit, leaning over to hiss something in Virgil's ear. Just saying, take it easy. Don't have to be. Virgil's voice carried a little too much over the sound of Remus's strumming. He started tapping out the beat with his boot, trying to muffle the sound of their whispered argument. Roman's voice grew louder, fists forming at his side. I'm sick to death of walking on egg. Virgil stood, interrupting Roman by pulling him close, whispering against his ear. Roman rolled his eyes, but sighed a reluctant, fine. For you. For all of us, Virgil emphasized quietly. Roman returned to his mic stand, adjusting the guitar strap. After gulping down some of the contents of the cup next to his amp, Roman shot a glance at Remus. You good? We good? Remus nodded, watching as Roman finished his drink. Yeah, man, we're good. So, if we're gonna play this song tonight, we should run through it again. Virgil counted off when Remus looked up and they started to play. They worked through the rest of the set 2 more times, then took a break to eat before the club opened its doors to the crowd gathering outside. Beanie from the bar took pity and gave them some sandwiches that they brought back to the green room. Virgil sat on the counter, picking at the crust on his sandwich. Worried about the new drums, love? Roman murmured, moving his chair closer and pulling him into his lap. A little? Virgil nodded, leaning into Roman's embrace. I don't want to fuck it all up for you two. Remus gave them a little grin. You sounded great during rehearsal, Virg. He took a big bite of his sandwich, quickly chewing and swallowing. Even the tricky part in Rampage. He's right, you know. Roman cradled Virgil's chin in his hand, stopping him from hiding his face. Though you hide in the shadows cast by your drum kit, you are the bedrock of this band, the steady hand that keeps us going, and you keep us from killing each other. Remus laughed. Sighing, Roman shook his head, conceding the point. That too. He brushed Virgil's hair from his eyes, then pushed his plate into his hand. Eat, my love. You'll need your strength to break up our next fist fight. Popping the last bit of his sandwich in his mouth, Remus gave them both a quick salute, then escaped to the front of the club for the last few minutes of their break, returning his dish to the bar, giving the couple some privacy. It didn't take a sex advice columnist to see they needed a little space. Notwithstanding Virgil's fears, their sets were nearly flawless. The only hitch was when a fuse blew on Roman's amp, but Virgil and Remus jumped in with an extended riff while Roman got set up on the spare in the corner of the stage. The frenzied energy from outside had carried in, and the crowd's dancing matched the beat of Remus's new song. The only thing missing was Blue. Remus scanned the crowd throughout most of the night, and had even asked Beanie to keep an extra eye out, but the mischievous guy with the beautiful blue hair never showed up. Again. By the end of the night, Remus just let the music take him, closing his eyes, the ghost of a smile dancing across his lips as the crowd started to sing along by the end of Phantom Caress. Remus didn't notice the man in the back who had swapped his blue wig for a stark white that night, eyes fixed on the fist's bassist as he moved to the music. Remus hummed the chorus to Phantom Caress as he entered his apartment and locked the door behind him. He shoved his key back into his jacket pocket and hung it on the hook next to the door. He shook his head, still feeling the thrum of the music vibrating through his skin, his bones, his veins. He made his way to the kitchen, glancing at the clock. 11:47. He chuckled. The biggest benefit of this apartment was its proximity not only to his work, but to the club. Still humming, he filled the kettle and pulled down a box of tea. He shook his head. If his 16-year-old self could see him now, drinking tea like an old man. Sitting at the big empty table in his kitchen, he leaned over, folding his arms on the surface, resting his head on his forearms. He watched the blue flames in the burner as they slowly brought the water to boil. Fuck. When he was 16, he didn't think he'd even still be alive at the ripe old age of 28. He watched the flames, thinking they were nearly the same shade as Blue's hair. Blue, who didn't show up tonight. The kettle started to whistle, and Remus got up with a sigh, his pensive thoughts finally draining the last bit of post-concert energy from his body. Turning off the burner, he poured the steaming water over the tea bag in his chipped mug, then turned off the kitchen light, bringing the tea and his tired bones to his room to shower and settle in for the night. Yeah, I'm coming, hang on. The sharp banging at his door didn't stop. Remus sat up, cracking his neck. He'd finally fallen asleep sometime after 1 a.m. He shuffled toward the front door, squinting at the clock on the coffee maker. 3:14. Who the fuck is banging on my door at 3 a.m? Ro, you cabron! I swear to fuck if that's you, you're gonna wish you'd just faced Virgil's wrath at your drunk ass. Remus stumbled to the door, looking through the peephole. It was the lady next door, looking strung out. Fuck. Drunken Ro would have been better. He grabbed the baseball bat he kept behind the door, angling it so it wasn't the first thing she saw, and opened the door a few inches, keeping the chain on. Alice, what's wrong? Ree. Oh, man. Did I wake you? She smiled broadly, speaking slowly, but her eyes wouldn't stop moving, bouncing unfocused from Remus's face to the floor, then back to the chain on the door. Shit, yeah, she's high. Just smack this time, at least? He lowered the bat, but didn't let go. It's fine, Alice. He shook his head, barely covering a long yawn with his free hand. What do you need, hon? Well, it's Jay. I need to take a trip. And he's got school in the morning, and I was hoping you could... Whoa, Alice, I don't know about this. Last time his teacher was a real witch about me picking him up. Just then, Jay peeked his head from where he'd been hiding behind his mother. He was silent, as usual, and stared, first at his mother, then at Remus. Shit. Hey, Jay. She reached down and rubbed his shoulder. He didn't pull away, but he didn't move closer either. Mr. Sanders isn't mean, like last year's teacher, right? Jay stared at his feet, but shook his head. Remus looked down at the kid's beat-up sneakers, dirty jeans, and bony little hands, fingers twisting and knotting together. He sighed. Yeah, of course I can watch him. Hang on. Remus closed the door a bit to undo the chain before opening it all the way, reaching out a hand toward Jay, who was already holding a ripped and overstuffed backpack. Come on in, buddy. He looked up at Alice, already heading back to her apartment, hands twitching. When will you be back this time? No more than a day. I swear, maybe 2. Yeah, that sounded familiar. He stuck his head out in the hall, calling toward her open door. Hey, let me get a key in case Jay needs something in there, yeah? Yeah, sure. She locked her door, her own bag slung over her shoulder. Remus sighed. It was a big bag. Here you go. She tossed him the keys. She leaned in to kiss Jay. He stood very still, allowing her to kiss his cheek, but didn't speak or make eye contact with her. You be good for Remus, okay, baby? Bye, Alice. Remus closed and locked his door, then turned to stare at Jay. I bet you're hungry and tired. Which one wins? Jay's eyes were drawn to Remus's refrigerator. Remus smiled. How do scrambled eggs sound? Jay let his grumbling stomach answer for him. Remus offered his hand to the boy, giving it a gentle squeeze when he took it. Eggs it is. Jay sat at the kitchen table, watching Remus cook. His wide eyes followed his every movement while he opened the refrigerator. Taking out the half carton of eggs, a block of cheese, and a little Tupperware container of butter, he winked at Jay. We'll need to go to Key Food tomorrow for more, won't we? Jay looked down at his hands, twisting them together in his lap. Shit. That was the wrong thing to say. I needed to go anyway, you know? Remus added, not looking at Jay while he dabbed a pat of butter in the center of the pan, swirling it around with the wooden spatula. But if you come with me, then I'll be able to pick out things you like to eat. He risked a quick glance out of the corner of his eye and saw that Jay had lifted his head and the frantic movement of his fingers had slowed. He kicked his feet under the chair, his short legs not letting him sit back in the chair and still reach the floor. Remus hummed while he cooked, watching the butter melt. He cracked 3 eggs into the pan, smiling at the way they sizzled. He scraped the spatula back and forth in the egg mixture, watching the eggs turn a light yellow and slowly solidify into a fluffy little bunches. He turned to Jay. Hey, buddy, your eggs will be done in just a minute. Want to wash your hands in the sink? Jay nodded solemnly, looking at the sink, then at his chair. He silently dragged the chair in front of the sink, then climbed back on top, kneeling so he could reach the faucet. Jay looked at the sink for a few seconds before turning on the cold water and wetting his hands. Remus glanced between Jay's movements and the pan of eggs, watching him holding his hands under the cold water. He looked more carefully at the boy's hands, noting how dirty his fingernails were. Tapping the spatula against the pan, he turned off the flame and set aside the spatula. He covered the pan, then turned the long handle toward the back of the stove. Hey, Jay, would you like some help washing your hands? Jay bit his lip, staring at his wet hands. He looked back at Remus, and after a few seconds, nodded once, nearly imperceptibly. Remus smiled and stood next to Jay at the sink. Okay, step 1. How about we make the water a little bit warmer? He pointed to the cold water tap. That was really good. You turned on the cold water. The one with the blue C? It's C for cold, but it's also for careful. You could get burned by the other tap. Jay tilted his head, hiding the scar on his face against his shoulder. You already know that, don't you? Jay wouldn't respond. Remus took a deep breath. Smooth move. Okay, try again. Is it okay with you if I add a little warm water for you? Jay nodded silently, so Remus reached for the tap, giving it just a nudge. I'll add just a bit, okay? Remus held his own hand under the water, feeling it warm up a bit from an icy cold to just above room temperature. He smiled at the boy. Want to try it? Jay nodded and cautiously put a fingertip under the water. He smiled at the sensation and plunged both hands under the stream of the faucet. "Better?" Remus asked and got another little nod in response. Remus reached for the bar of soap, exaggeratedly rolling it around in his hands. "I'm going to get my hands soapy, and then you can too." After a few more seconds, he handed the soap to Jay, who copied his movements. After his hands were set it up, Remus reached for the soap and put it back on its little dish. "Okay, now we scrub." Grinning at Jay, Remus rubbed his palms together as fast as he could, waiting until Jay copied him. After a few seconds, he flipped one hand over, repeating the scrubbing motion, waiting for Jay to follow along. Finally, he showed Jay how to lightly scrub his nails against his palms, and then he turned the water back on, and they rinsed their hands together. Turning off the water, Remus handed Jay a clean towel, stopping him from wiping his hands on his jeans. "Now's the best part." Remus held his hands a few inches from his own face and breathed in. "Smell clean?" Jay copied him, grinning. "All right, now you're ready to eat." Remus scrubbed the pan and spatula while Jay practically inhaled the eggs and the toast and the juice that Remus had hesitantly added. Remus had just set the pan in the drying rack when he glanced over at the quiet boy to see how much he had to go. He felt his heart squeeze in his chest when he saw that Jay had pushed aside his now empty plate and cup and laid his head in his arms, and was now soundly asleep. Remus dried his hands before carefully picking him up. He was lighter than Remus remembered from the last time he had watched him, and settled him into the bed in his room. He left the door slightly ajar to make it easier to hear him if he woke up. Remus returned to the kitchen to quickly wash Jay's dishes and briefly considered unpacking Jay's bag before deciding he was likely old enough now to feel ownership over the battered backpack. Tomorrow. After setting his alarm clock and digging out a spare pillow and an old army surplus blanket for the couch, Remus fell asleep watching the red, green, yellow light bleeding across the ceiling through the living room window from the traffic light outside. Remus's alarm blared, jolting him awake much, much sooner than he was ready. He lay back down for a minute, squeezing his eyes shut, covering them with his arm to block out the surprisingly bright sunlight streaming through the window. Why hadn't he closed his bedroom curtains? Remus's eyes snapped open as he suddenly realized he was not in his bed, but on the couch. The memory of why he was there pushing through, shoving his sluggish brain into alertness. Sitting up, he squinted at the alarm clock. 7:06. "Up and at 'em, Adamant," he mumbled to himself, reaching over to silence the virtual klaxons streaming from the alarm. Scratching at the stubble along his jaw, he stood and stretched, then stumbled over to his room to wake up Jay. Jay was curled in a ball in the middle of the bed, clutching a pillow. Remus smacked himself on the head. Shit, stuffed animal. He's young enough to want to sleep with a teddy bear or something. We'll buy one tonight if he doesn't have one next door. He stepped a little closer, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Good morning, sleepyhead." Remus reached out to brush his hair out of his eyes. "It's time to wake." Janice's eyes flew open the moment Remus's hand touched his head. He scuttled against the wall, holding the pillow in front of him like a shield. His little chest heaved, and he looked around the room, eyes wild, searching for... Remus didn't know what. Finally, his eyes landed on Remus's face, and he blinked, putting down the pillow as his shoulders sank back down. I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean to startle you." Jay nodded slightly in response. "It's time to get ready for school. I'm guessing it's still at the same time as last year?" Jay just stared at him. "And I'm also guessing you don't really know, huh?" Remus stood and took a few steps away from the bed. "Well, if it's still the same, school starts at 8:30, so let's get a move on, yeah?" He gave Jay a tentative thumbs up and grinned when the little boy returned the gesture. "Okay, I'll make breakfast. Do you know how to shower for yourself? If I set the water temperature first?" Jay nodded. "All right, then that's our first mission. Want to get some clothes from your bag?" Jay clambered out of the bed and headed to the living room where he'd left his backpack. After watching Jay fight with the zipper for a bit, Remus crouched down. "Do you want some help?" Frowning down at the stuck zipper, Jay nodded. Remus tugged at the bit of cloth that had jammed in the zipper, finally freeing it. "There you go. Here," he said, and turned the bag toward Jay again. "That should unzip easier now." He finished opening up the bag and began to rifle through the clothes and notebooks jammed inside. "How about we empty it out on the couch? You won't want to take all this to school anyway." Jay lugged the bag over to the couch and dumped out the contents. T-shirts, loose socks, and a couple pairs of jeans were mixed together on the worksheets. A crushed box of crayons, pencils, and a coloring book. Remus whistled. "Wow, this brings back memories," he grinned, winking at Jay. When Jay smiled back, Remus added, "Can I help you organize this a little?" At Jay's assent, Remus quickly shifted through the pile, gathering clothes on one end of the couch, stacking papers in the middle, and setting the coloring book, crayons, toothbrush, and 2 Hot Wheel cars at the other end. "Okay, want to pick something from the clothes pile and get in the shower?" Jay grabbed the first shirt and jeans his hands landed on and started towards the bathroom. "Hey dude, gotta wear clean shorts." Jay tilted his head, confusion washing over his face. Remus gestured his chin toward the stack. "You need clean underwear, buddy." Jay turned back, grabbing both clean shorts and socks that mostly matched. After starting the water, Remus pointed to the taps. "Only turn off the water after you get out, okay? And turn off the hot water first, then turn off the cold." Jay nodded solemnly. "Okay." Remus pointed to the shampoo and soap, then patted the towel draped over the sink. "You've got everything you need here. I'll go make breakfast." As Remus passed the piles on the couch, a bright blue slip of paper caught his eye. Tugging it from the stack, he read the note. "Damn it, Alice. This was due over a week ago." Frowning, he glanced towards the bathroom. "Well, I guess we'll get to see if that new teacher really is better than last year's." After a shower, Jay ate breakfast quickly, scarfing down more scrambled eggs and toast and a glass of milk. Remus looked closely at his thin wrists, nodding to himself. "Yes, we are definitely going to Key Foods after school today." A few minutes later, they stood together in front of the door. "Okay, last check. Jacket?" Remus patted his upper arm and Jay copied him, patting his own faded yellow rain slicker. "Good. Bag?" Remus tightened the buckle of his own bag as Jay tucked his thumbs under the straps of his, mostly, emptied backpack. "Shoes?" Jay nodded as Remus gently tapped his sneakers with his own boots. "And jellyfish." Jay grinned and Remus rolled his eyes. "Oh, I mean jelly sandwich." Jay turned around so Remus could double-check his bag. "All right, then it's 8:10. Hey-ho, let's go." Remus pulled his keys from his jacket pocket and opened the door. Jay darted out and started walking down the hall toward the stairs. "Hey, wait for me, bud. I gotta lock the door." Jay turned back, little brow crinkling as he watched Remus lock the door and follow him down the hallway. Remus offered his hand to Jay, and his forehead softened as he took his hand, following him down the staircase and out of the lobby. Once outside, Remus paused for a moment, biting his lip. He'd last walked Jay to school in February, and he had a moment of doubt about the direction. Jay looked up at him and tugged his hand, starting to walk to the right. "Yeah, we would pass the good bodega on the way." He gave Jay's hand a little squeeze. "Thanks, bud." They walked together through the light drizzle, Jay holding tightly to Remus's hand. As the pair approached an intersection, Remus looked both ways and started to step off the curb. Jay pulled him back, pointing to the big red "Don't Walk" sign on the opposite curb. Yeah, you're right. We should wait for it to turn to walk, huh?" Jay gave him a little frown and nodded, eyes fixed on the sign, waiting for the color to change and the large "Don't" to disappear. The moment the sign changed, Jay stepped off the curb without looking. This time, Remus pulled him back, just as one last car darted through the intersection, the driver blowing through the red light. "Whoa, I think we both need each other this morning, huh?" Jay's eyes were wide and he stood very still, staring out into the street. Remus crouched down to better see his face. Hey, that was a close one, but you're okay. We'll always check before we cross, yeah?" Jay slowly turned his head toward Remus. He felt the little boy's hand trembling in his. He opened his arms, and Jay dove in, hiding his tiny face in Remus's jacket. "Oh, Jay, you're safe." Raising to his feet, Remus held Jay close. "Come on, it still says walk. Let's look this way." He turned to the left exaggeratedly, twisting to let Jay see as well. "And then that way?" Remus now turned them both the right, bobbing a bit as he drew out his word to try to get Jay to smile. "And then last, we look this way again," he finished, turning to the left. "And now we cross." When they got to the opposite side of the street, Remus shifted Jay in his arms, getting ready to put him down, but the boy gripped the sleeve on his leather jacket, shaking his head. Okay. Remus gave him a little smile as he nodded. "I won't put you down if you don't want." When Remus resumed walking, Jay relaxed a bit in his arms, releasing his fingers and hooking his thin arm over his shoulder. As they approached the gate of the school, Remus and Jay watched the other students filing inside. Remus turned to face him. "You ready?" Jay watched the other children for a few moments before nodding slowly. "Okay, I'll pick you up after the Y, all right?" Remus bent to lower Jay to the ground, and the little boy wrapped both arms around his neck and squeezed, tucking his face against Remus's shoulder. Remus hugged back, feeling a little lump in his throat. After a minute, he slowly set him on his feet and waved as Jay followed the other students into the school. Remus watched as Jay was swallowed up by the school, then turned and walked past the crowd of families dropping off their students, anxious parents tugging on their children's hands, parting the sea of backpacks and rain-dampened jackets in his path. Chapter 4. What's My Name? Friday, October 21st, 1983, 3:53 p.m. About an hour after school got out, but a half hour before he needed to pick up Jay from his after-school program, Remus walked through the main doors of the school. The school appeared to be mostly empty. He stood for a moment, looking around the lobby. No one approached him. If it wasn't for the faint sound of a basketball game somewhere in the building, with the squeak of sneakers and excited children's voices and the bounce of the ball, he would have thought the building was unoccupied. The security desk in the main lobby was empty and bare, except for a half-crushed paper coffee cup and a torn bazooka gum wrapper. There was a trash can next to the desk, and he dropped these items in the can as he walked past. Taped to the desk was a hand-lettered sign instructing visitors to sign the log, but there was no log to be seen. Remus spotted a faded sign reading, "An Office," with an arrow pointing toward the stairs. He laughed under his breath when he looked closer at the sign and saw where someone had tried to remove where the letter P was written in place of the missing M in red marker. He followed the arrow upstairs, only to find the main office door closed and locked, lights out. The letter from Jay's teacher didn't list a classroom number or even a floor, so Remus wandered around a bit, reading the signs outside of each classroom he passed. The classrooms to the left of the main office all appeared to be second and third grade classrooms. As he walked quickly down the hall, he noticed most, but not all of the classrooms were empty, with teachers bent over their desks, marking papers, or reading in 3 of the second grade classrooms and 2 of the third. The classrooms on the other side of the office felt more promising. Finally, Remus found a classroom with a bright yellow sun cut out of the big blue bubble letters spelling out Mr. Sanders, first grade. Bingo. He poked his head inside, looking around the room. The classroom was neat and meticulously organized, with a long, low set of shelves running under the window, filled with books in multicolored bins. The first book in each sported a small circular sticker, the same color of its bin. Each bin had a letter and a matching alliterative picture on the outside. 3 of the walls were decorated with a series of math or alphabet or science posters. The wall opposite the window was completely covered in student artwork. At the front of the classroom was a man with impeccably neat brown hair, wearing glasses and a long-sleeve button-up and tie with carefully pressed slacks. His eyeglass frames were a thick, black plastic that somehow managed to look good on him. He was precariously perched on his tiptoes on a chair, stapling a strip of paper to the wall. Remus stood a little straighter. hearing years of teachers ordering him to stop slouching echoing through his mind. He cleared his throat and knocked lightly on the door. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Sanders?" Remus stood in the doorway, watching as the man climbed down from the chair. Fuck, I'm interrupting him. Way to make a first impression on Jay's teacher. I should have just called from the voice. The man replied in a tiny voice as he turned. "Yes, I am. How can I—" The moment Sanders laid eyes on Remus's 6'3" frame, green spiked hair, and steel-toed Doc Martens, he backed away, practically tripping over the chair in an attempt to get away. To his credit, he tried to cover his fear, but Remus still caught it. Frankly, it was the kind of biased reaction Remus usually relished, but for reasons he didn't want to think too hard about, it stung coming from this teacher. Sanders fiddled with his tie, staring down at his desk, avoiding looking at him. Yes, can I help you?" He stepped back again before prompting Remus like he was a slow student. "I'm Mr. Sanders." Shit, he's wasting the teacher's time. "Well, I was looking for you." "For me?" Wow, that was the wrong thing to say. He'd freaked out Sanders so much he was scrambling for his coffee, gulping it down. Remus slouched a little, putting his hands in his pockets, trying to make himself look a little smaller and hopefully a little less scary. "Yeah, Jay had this note in his backpack, and it said to call the school for an appointment by—" Remus looked down at the paper and the date Sanders had written, feeling like he was turning in past due homework. "Well, by last week? So I stopped by before picking him up for his after-school program." Remus tried to hand Sanders the letter. "I hope that's all right?" Showing him the letter seemed to have worked. Remus felt his shoulders relax when Sanders nodded, looking first at the paper and finally looking directly at him as well. Of course. I'm glad you came. Please sit down. I have some concerns about Janice." "He likes Jay," Remus corrected before he could stop himself. Fuck. 5 minutes in a classroom and he was already talking back to teachers again. Logan squinted at Remus, narrowing his eyes. "He doesn't speak." Remus shrugged, blinking, demonstrating just how much can be communicated without actually speaking. Logan stared at him for a moment before pinching his lips together. Remus thought he caught a smile peeking through Sanders' serious expression, but he was pretty sure he was imagining it. After staring at him for a moment, Sanders finally nodded. "Point taken. I will call him Jay." Remus grinned. No wonder Jay liked this teacher. Jay still needs to complete a free lunch form and a medical release form. Due to his... Sanders gestured at the side of his face. The school wants to ensure he is healing properly. I checked the district paperwork, and we have not received the results of a well-child visit since... Sanders flipped through his folder, sighing heavily when he saw the date. Since before school started last fall. Sanders shook his head, muttering something under his breath as he reviewed the file. He seemed to shake himself before looking back at Remus. "And it is recommended another checkup in 6 months to check his below-average growth." Sanders knit his eyebrows together. The doctor was on the verge of a failure to thrive diagnosis. "That sounds bad. What does that mean?" Remus asked. "Mr. Henny, did you even read what Jay's doctor gave you after his checkup?" Remus shook his head. Fuck. I didn't take Jay to the doctor. That was his mother," he stammered, and I'm not... Logan sighed deeply, rolling his eyes. He crossed his arms in front of him. "You know, Mr. Henny, it's the 80s. Men of our generation don't have to repeat the mistake of our father's TV dinners. Wait till your father comes home. Baloney." Remus started to smile. "Mr. Sanders, I know that." He rolled his eyes. "Believe me, I know that." He grinned at Sanders. "I'm trying to tell you that I'm not Jay's father. I'm just babysitting for a neighbor." "Oh." Logan adjusted his glasses, a flush growing on his cheeks. "Oh, I apologize. I should not have assumed," and his words faded away, and Logan took a deep breath. "Perhaps we can start over." He cleared his throat, looking briefly into Remus's eyes before looking down at his own outstretched hand. "Hello. I'm Logan Sanders, Jay's teacher. Please call me Logan. Thank you for coming in today." Remus grinned, accepting Logan's handshake. His hand was warm, and the contact sent a comfortable buzz up Remus's arm. He cleared his throat before replying. "Hi, Mr. Sanders. I'm Remus Puños, and Remus is fine by me. I'm Jay's next-door neighbor, and I'm taking care of him while his mother is out of town. Chapter 5. Goody Two-Shoes. Friday, October 21st, 1983, 3:53 p.m. Logan stood on a chair, staple gun in one hand, a strip of autumn-themed ABCs in the other, carefully lining up the edge of the roll so that it was parallel to the row of caterpillar to butterfly graphics lining the upper portion of the wall. Logan pressed another few inches of the rolled paper flat against the wall and punched through a column of 3 equidistant staples. Inspecting his work, he nodded, then hopped off the chair, moving it about a foot to the right, and climbing back up to repeat the process. School had ended about an hour ago, with half the students leaving for home and the other half staying behind at the after-school program in the gym run by the local community center. Their joyous voices echoed through the empty hallways. Occasionally he'd hear a cry or a whistle being blown, followed by sharp words of rebuke for some sports infraction. But for the most part, Logan let the children's happy voices wash over him, reminding him why he wanted to be a teacher in the first place. After a day like today, he needed the reminder. He'd started the day with a staff meeting, an hour before children started to arrive for the free breakfast program. Staff meeting days were Logan's least favorite days, in part because they served as bureaucratic reminders of everything wrong with the New York City public school system, but primarily because they ate into the time he had available to offer drop-in tutoring for students who were struggling with reading. This morning, he'd quietly grit his teeth as the principal announced yet another level to the tracked classrooms the district insisted they maintain. Logan sighed, raising his hand. Peterson, a third-grade teacher sitting next to him, whispered, "What are you worried about? You don't have to teach the top class. Little smart-ass monsters, the lot of them." Scowling, Logan ignored him, instead keeping his hand raised, waiting for Principal Wilkes to call on him. "Any questions?" he asked, eyes passing over Logan. Every eye in the room turned to him. Principal Wilkes appeared to sigh silently before nodding to him. "Mr. Sanders." Adjusting his glasses, Logan nodded in response. "Thank you, Principal Wilkes. What are we planning to do to ensure that we aren't tracking students out of the greater learning opportunities afforded to these so-called top classes? Classes composed of students scoring below the 95th percentile are currently not permitted to deviate from the standard curriculum, which precludes our ability to introduce enrichment activities, or to supplement the current," he cleared his throat pointedly, "standard curriculum." The other first-grade teachers in the team exchanged a look. They were all well aware of Logan's criticisms of the current curriculum and its focus on whole-word reading instruction. They were also aware that he would frequently break the rules and teach phonetics despite what the current curriculum required. "Well, Mr. Sanders, we are at the mercy of the district. If the district requires that we maintain a high standard of learning by adhering to the district's curriculum, that is what we'll do." He turned away, effectively dismissing any further questions. "Now, as we are approaching Halloween, a reminder that students' costumes may not include any realistic-looking weapons." Sighing quietly, Logan sat back, crossing his arms in front of him. He glanced up at the clock on the wall, waiting for the staff meeting to be over. At the end of the meeting, Rhonda Owens, the second-grade teacher for the higher-scoring children, approached him. She smiled up at him. "Hi, Mr. Sanders." Logan shook his head. "Please, I only insist the students call me Mr. Sanders." He rolled his eyes towards the door, where the principal had just slipped through before Logan could ask more questions. He gathered his handouts from the meeting, sifting through the various memorandums, wondering whether it would be more cathartic to burn or shred them. "Principal Wilkes is already off on his first morning coffee break. He won't hear you." "Well, Logan," she looked into his eyes and smiled, "I realize Principal Wilkes dismissed your question, but you had a good point. And," she rested her hand lightly on his shoulder as she leaned in close to his ear, near whispering, "I've noticed that an especially large portion of your former students end up in my class each year, even though all of your students start in the lowest quarter percentile." She turned her head, meeting his eyes. He moved back slightly, increasing the space between them and straightening his tie. "You're clearly doing something, right, Logan? Perhaps we could talk more about your technique over a coffee?" Perhaps another time we, could get together with the rest of the second grade teaching team and discuss this further." Her smile shrank slightly. "I do appreciate your feedback, though." He took another step backward, holding the handouts against his chest. He looked around them. "I have, at times, been reprimanded for deviating from the frankly substandard reading curriculum. I'm glad to know that bending the rules has had a positive impact on my students' educational futures." He looked up at the clock again. "Thanks again, Rhonda. I need to get to my class. I have a few things to prepare before my students arrive." "Oh, sure, Logan." She tilted her head and broadened her smile. "You know where to find me." He nodded one more time, then retreated to his classroom, letting out a sigh of relief once he was inside. He looked at the handouts in his arms one more time before dropping them in the dented garbage can that sat under the broken pencil sharpener bolted to the wall. Logan had turned and carefully closed the door behind him, taking great pains not to let it slam. He leaned against the closed door, took a deep breath, and let his eyes fall shut. He counted to 5, then slowly exhaled before he opened his eyes. Then the door. Retrieving a large plastic bin of crayons, he set out a few in various colors at each student's desk, preparing for the day. Logan shook himself free of his ruminations, refocusing on the afternoon's tasks and the decorative roll in his hands. He managed to get another few feet stapled into place, straining and standing on tiptoes before he heard a light tapping at his door, and a low voice rumbled, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Sanders?" "Yes, I am. How can I—" He started to answer, stepping down off the chair. He turned and stumbled backwards, nearly tripping over the legs of the chair when he saw who was standing in the doorway. Even taller than he looked on stage, wearing tight, ripped jeans, a bright green t-shirt the same shade as his hair, topped with a spiked leather jacket, stood the bassist from the Fists. Logan swallowed dryly, feeling his eyes grow wide and the blood drain from his face. He blinked rapidly, trying to suck in a deep breath to calm his racing heart, but all he could do was manage a rough squeak. He took a step back and cleared his throat, adjusting his tie. Yes, can I help you?" He sucked in another breath. "Why is he here? Does he recognize me? He doesn't look happy. Does he think I've been staring at him at his shows? Shit, who else saw him show up in my classroom?" "I'm Mr. Sanders," he repeated, eyes scanning the desk, seeking out something to focus on instead of the bassist's piercing green eyes. The man scowled, lips pulled downward, and his voice somehow grew even deeper. The tendons in his neck flexed under his glowing tan skin as he shoved his hands in his pockets. "Well, I was looking for you." For me?" Logan repeated dumbly, looking for something to fill the awkward silence. He knows. Oh, fuck. He tried to swallow, but his throat had become completely parched. He spotted his coffee cup and noticed a few blessed inches left at the bottom. He gulped the cold, bitter liquid, feeling a semblance of control return to his voice. "Yeah." He fished in his pockets, pulling out a folded blue square. Logan's eyes widened, and then he felt his stomach sink. He's a parent? Oh, he's somebody's dad. Logan's eyes instinctively flicked towards his left hand, but his ring finger was still hidden in his pocket. Right. Of course he's not here for me. He's here for Mr. Sanders, his child's teacher. "Yeah, Jay had this note in his backpack, and it said to call the school for an appointment by, last week. So I stopped by before picking him up from his after-school program." He stepped closer, holding out the paper. "I hope that's all right?" Logan read the top of the note and the date. He had to bite back a spark of annoyance that Janice's father had waited this long to respond to his letter. Irresponsible parenting. But at least he's here now. Of course. I'm glad you came. Please sit down." Logan gestured to a chair next to his desk. Yes, I have some concerns about Janice." "I'm just babysitting for a neighbor." "Oh, I could not have been more wrong about this man." Logan adjusted his glasses, hoping to disguise the heat he felt crawl up his neck and face. "Oh, I apologize. This man is behaving more responsibly with Jay than his own parents. I should not have assumed, and..." Logan took a deep breath. "Perhaps we can start over." He cleared his throat and met his eyes. Logan's mouth went dry. His eyes are the same color as his hair. "Stop it. Focus, focus, focus." Shaking himself, Logan pulled his eyes away and instead focused his gaze on his outstretched hand. "Hello, I'm Logan Sanders, Jay's teacher. Please call me Logan. Thank you for coming in today." Remus's smile lit up his entire face. His mustache danced over the cupid's bow of his upper lip, and his voice deepened. "Hi, Mr. Sanders. I'm Remus Puños, and Remus is fine by me. I'm Jay's next-door neighbor, and I'm taking care of him while his mother is out of town." The calluses on the bassist's fingertips tickled Logan's skin as he enveloped his hand in a strong grip. Logan reluctantly released Remus's hand, feeling a little shiver travel up his spine as he let go. He cleared his throat. "Focus, Sanders, focus. You don't even know if he likes men." So yes." He opened Jay's folder, weighing what he could share and what he had to keep confidential. "How long is Jay going to be staying with you?" "Well, his mom said it would be just for a few days." Logan began to close Jay's folder. "Oh, well then, perhaps it would be best if you spoke with her when she returns tonight, and..." "She said she was going to be gone a day the last time she dropped Jay off at my apartment in the middle of the night, too. Alice was gone for a month." Remus crossed his arms in front of his chest. "She had an even bigger bag this time, and left me the key to her apartment." "Ah, I see." Logan closed the file and put down his pen. "Mr. Puños." Remus raised his eyebrow. "Remus?" Logan looked down at his hands for a moment, then met Remus's. "Completely off the record, do you believe Jay's mother has any mental health or substance abuse problems?" Remus met his gaze. Logan waited patiently, watching the conflict play out behind his eyes. Finally, he scowled, nodding. Yeah, she's a user." Logan nodded and took a deep breath. "Well, then Jay's lucky to have you in his life, isn't he?" Remus felt something warm flood through his chest at the gentle look Logan was giving him. He was not accustomed to teachers looking at him with anything other than annoyance or revulsion. He could get used to that look. "You shouldn't," a voice whispered in his ear. "Tell me more about this failure to thrive thing." His brow crumpled. "Is it as bad as it sounds?" Logan frowned, looking down at Jay's file. "Sadly, yes. Briefly, failure to thrive presents, in part, as an unusual small stature relative to other children at that age. It is typically accompanied by delayed development milestones, unless there is an underlying medical explanation, a severe illness, a disorder." Logan met Remus's eyes. "In children Jay's age, it is typically the result of severe neglect." Remus wrapped his arms around himself, thinking about Jay's frail little arms and the burn on his face. He shook his head and took a deep breath. "Is there anything that can help him?" "That is the good news." Logan gave Remus a half smile. "Yes, children typically improve relatively rapidly when provided care with proper nutrition, intellectual enrichment, optimal sleep." Remus narrowed his eyes, tugging at his mustache. "So, feed him, give him an early bedtime, and help him with his homework?" Logan laughed. "Basically, yes." Remus chuckled. "I think even I could handle that." Peering closely at the man across the desk, Logan grew serious. "Remus, you came in to see me the day you discovered my note." He tapped the paper between them. "I meant what I said. Jay is lucky to have you in his life." Remus looked down at his hands, suddenly feeling his cheeks grow hot. Logan opened up a calendar. "Why don't we make this a regular check-in? Would Friday after school work for you?" Logan raised his eyebrows. "Will it interfere with He cleared his throat. "Will it interfere with your work?" Fridays are great. I'm lucky. I write for the Village Voice, so my work is pretty flexible. Fuck, don't ask what I write. Don't ask what I write. Don't ask what I write. Something Remus couldn't interpret flashed across Logan's face before settling on a little smile. I will have to keep an eye out for your byline, then. Remus let out a slow breath. Thank fuck for pseudonyms. He grinned. Yes, I suppose so. Chapter 6. Trust. Saturday, October 23rd, 1983. On Saturday morning, Remus woke up to the sound of humming. The night before, Jay and Remus had been feeling the impact of their interrupted sleep the previous evening. Neither had had much energy left when they'd gotten home from their after-school trip to the grocery store. In a quiet reprise of Jay's 3 a.m. eggs, Remus had pulled together a quick spaghetti dinner while the boy watched, coloring from the kitchen table. Jay didn't quite fall asleep at the table this time. His droopy eyes had signaled just how close he got. The next day, thankfully, was Saturday, so Remus had decided not to set an alarm, letting them both sleep in. So, instead of an alarm, Remus woke to the sound of humming. He lay on the couch in his foggy, half-awake state, arm draped over his eyes to block out the light pouring in from the living room window, trying to place the melody. He nearly figured it out when the smell of smoke hit his nose, and he jerked up, eyes wide open. He leapt off the couch, feet taking him to the source of the odor before the rest of his brain could catch up. Remus ran to the kitchen, following the smoke and, coincidentally, the humming. Remus froze for a half-second, staring at Jay as he wore Remus's apron and stood on a chair in front of the stove, spatula in hand, watching the eggs sizzle and burn in the pan. He had just leaned over the pan, the excess material from Remus's apron getting dangerously close to the flame of the burner. "Jay, watch it!" Remus rushed in, grabbing Jay with both arms, patting the apron, checking for a spark or flames. Satisfied the boy wasn't on fire, Remus quickly reached over, clicked off the stove, and grabbed a lid to cover the pan. Still holding Jay with one arm, Remus raced to the window, unlocking and opening it all the way, hoping to clear out the smoke before the smoke alarm picked up and began to blare. Remus's lungs burned, and he suddenly remembered to breathe. He became aware of Jay's trembling in his arms and the stiff way he held himself, not leaning into him, but not fighting to be let down, just frozen. Remus took a deep breath and sat in a chair, settling Jay on his lap. "That was scary, huh?" he said at last, meeting Jay's wide eyes and nodding his head. Jay stared at him wide-eyed, tiny lips pressed together in a thin, trembling line. He slowly nodded his head in response. "Yeah, I was scared too. I was afraid you were going to get hurt." Remus watched the words sink in, and Jay relaxed a bit in his arms. He frowned, patting Remus's shoulder. "Okay, we need to have a little man to big man talk about the kitchen." Jay nodded solemnly. "We need to trust each other, yeah? Listen, you can always trust me to make you food if any of the snacks in the fridge won't cut it." Remus smiled. "Okay?" Jay blinked, brow furrowed, but he nodded. "And I need to be able to trust that you will wake me up if you're hungry, and that you won't turn on the stove by yourself, yeah?" He nodded again, slower this time, looking down and starting to twist his fingers together. "You're not in trouble, Jay, and I'm not mad. I just don't want you to get hurt." That's when Remus finally registered the t-shirt Jay wore on his head. He chuckled, shaking his head slightly. "Buddy, what are you wearing?" Jay reached up, touching the neon green shirt he wrapped several times around his head. Jay's eyes shot up to Remus's hair. He remembered the humming that had woken him up. Roman used to complain about Remus's constant humming when he cooked. "Jay, would you like to start to learn how to cook safely?" Jay looked up, eyes wide. "We can cook together." A little smile tugged at Jay's lips. "You gotta let me turn on the stove, yeah?" Nodding, Jay's smile grew. "All right, then." Jay looked at the table, and for the first time, Remus noticed that the little boy had set out 2 place settings. He narrowed his eyes at Jay. "Were you trying to make breakfast for both of us?" The boy nodded. "That's really, really nice, buddy. Let's stick with things you can make, okay? Hey, if you still want eggs, I'll make those, and maybe you can make us some toast." Jay grinned, nodding and jumping down off his lap to get out the bread and jelly. Ah, you like jelly on your toast. Me too. Do you remember where the butter knives are? The rest of their weekend flew by in a flurry of errands. The pair spent Saturday afternoon at the laundromat, where Remus lifted Jay so he could reach the coin slot, carefully sliding in the quarters as Remus counted aloud. Sunday morning, they took the 6 train down to Canal Street to find a new backpack and rain boots for Jay. After a few moments' consideration, Remus also picked up a few more pairs of jeans and a t-shirt with a little robot Jay seemed to like. By Sunday evening, they were spent, and Jay readily complied with an early dinner and shower time. Once he'd gotten Jay set up with the water running, Remus settled in at his tiny desk, cracking open his little lyric journal. He had found a few verses bouncing around in his head all throughout dinner, and he wanted to get them down before the words took off into the night in search of a more pliant songwriter. Once the first stroke of his ink scraped across the page, Remus was enveloped in the flow, the words pouring out of him as his pen danced across the page. He'd lost track of how many pages he'd filled with lyrics and snippets of prose, telling himself he could always go back later and sort out what was a song and what was something else. He glanced up as he turned another page and began a new sentence, staring slightly when he noticed Jay standing next to him, peering over his shoulder as he wrote. "Oh, hey there, bud. I'm sorry I got cut up. I sort of lost track of time." He put down the pen and turned his seat to face Jay completely. "Have you been waiting for me long?" Jay shook his head and reached for the pen, pushing it back into Remus's hand. He narrowed his eyes at the boy. "You want me to write more?" Jay tilted his head, looking between Remus and the pen. "Okay, maybe for another minute. Then I'll read you a bedtime story if you want." Jay nodded, eyes now fixed on Remus's pen. Turning to face the book in front of him, Remus started writing again, finishing the sentence he'd interrupted when he noticed Jay's presence. Jay continued to stare at the pen. "Do you want to try?" Remus asked, turning to a blank page and sliding the book closer to him. Jay accepted the pen and printed a few letters on the page, seeming to be testing the way the pen moved across the page. Then Remus watched as he wrote his name, then cat, dog, and ball. "I didn't know you could write." Jay looked down at the page, finger tracing the shaky letters. "Would you like your own book like this, where you could write anything you wanted?" Jay looked up, eyes wide, a smile spreading across his face. He nodded rapidly. "Okay." Remus stood, moving to the bookcase in the corner. He pulled out a small book similar to the one he was writing in, flipping quickly through the pages. "Here you go. This one is blank and ready for some words." Remus opened his desk drawer and took out a small handful of ballpoint pens, splaying them out in front of Jay. "Would you like to pick one?" Jay looked carefully at his choices before selecting a blue pen similar to Remus's. Looking around the room, Remus shrugged. "It helps to have a hard surface. How about we move this writing party to the kitchen table?" Grinning broadly, Jay raced towards the kitchen. Remus followed closely behind. "Hey, Jay, are you hungry? Dinner's almost ready." Remus twirled around, and Jay was standing in the doorway of the kitchen, a bright grin splitting his face. "I'll take that as a yes." Remus chuckled. "Come wash your hands, buddy, and you can help me set the table." Jay hurried to the sink, dragging over the little step stool they'd bought last month. Remus watched out of the corner of his eye as Jay carefully turned on the cold water, then slowly nudged the hot water until the steam coming from the faucet was a comfortable temperature. Remus wasn't certain, but he thought he heard Jay hum as he rolled the bar of soap in his hands, sudsing up. "Stay back while I open the oven, okay?" Remus warned as he put on oven mitts and opened the oven door, standing between the oven and Jay as he pulled out a tray of little tater tots. Jay's eyes lit up when he saw what Remus had made to go with their chicken. Remus winked at him, grinning. "You wouldn't happen to know anyone who likes tater tots, do you?" Quickly raising his hands, Jay moved to turn off the water tap, reaching for a moment to turn off the cold before stopping himself and turning off the hot water first, then the cold. Jay looked up at Remus when he'd finished. "Good job, bud!" Remus pretended not to notice when he started drying his hands on his jeans before using the towel. He retrieved 2 plates from the upper cabinet and passed them down to Jay. They had the table set in minutes and had just sat down, about to eat, when the doorbell rang. Jay's eyes grew wide, and he jumped out of his seat and away from the table, scurrying over to a corner in the kitchen. Remus moved closer to the boy, then crouched in front of him. "It's okay, Jay. I'll go see who it is." He smiled, holding Jay's hand, giving it a little pat. "Would you rather wait in here and start eating, or would you like to come with me and see for yourself?" Jay seemed to consider his choices, and he squeezed Remus's hand, gaze shooting over to the doorway. "All right, let's go see who's at the door." Jay trailed behind Remus as they moved to the door, and Remus leaned in, looking through the peephole. He grinned, then called out, "Just a minute." Remus looked down at Jay. "Do you want a boost so you can see who it is?" Looking closely at Remus's expression, Jay nodded, raising his arms so he could be picked up. The boy pressed his face against the door, squinting through the peephole. He should probably get an eye exam, Remus thought idly, before suddenly smiling even more broadly than Remus. Still holding on to Jay, Remus stepped back so he could open the door. "Hi, Mr. Sanders," Remus greeted, still smiling. "This is a nice surprise." Logan stood on the doormat, his satchel strapped across his chest, clutching a thick manila envelope in his hands. He smiled at the pair. "Good evening, Jay, Mr. Puños. I apologize for not calling before stopping by. Logan shrugged slightly, looking down at the large manila envelope in his hands. Still grinning, Jay pushed gently against Remus's chest, looking at the floor. Remus set him on his feet, and Jay rushed over to his teacher, grabbing his hand and pulling him into the apartment and toward the kitchen. Remus laughed. "Please come in." Logan glanced at him over his shoulder as Jay practically dragged him through the apartment. Remus shrugged lightly in apology. Remus followed them into the kitchen, just in time for Logan to turn around to face him, eyebrows knit together. "I apologize. I'm interrupting your dinner. I should go." Firmly holding his hand, Jay opened the utensil drawer, pulling out another fork and knife and putting them on the table. He pointed at the upper cabinet that held the dishes, looking at Logan expectantly. Remus smiled. "I hope you're free, 'cause it looks like you're having dinner with us." "I do not wish to impose." Logan looked between Jay's hopeful expression and Remus's grin. Are you certain you have enough?" "Don't worry about it. I probably made too much even for the 3 of us." He opened the cabinet, taking out a 3rd plate and handing it to Jay to place on the table. "Besides, I don't think Jay will let you out of here without at least trying the tater tots." Jay stood next to Logan, looking up at him. Just then the teacher's stomach rumbled, and Jay's smile grew broader as he pulled Logan over to the sink, handing him the bar of soap. Logan frowned, looking down at the soap for a moment before turning to Remus, one eyebrow raised. Remus laughed. "It's important you wash your hands before you eat." Logan accepted the soap from Jay, peering closely at the boy, remembering how his hands and ragged fingernails had seemed perpetually dirty during the first few weeks of school. He hadn't consciously noticed before, but lately his hands were immaculate, the nails neatly trimmed. Logan nodded his head at Jay, murmuring, "Thank you, Jay." He turned to Remus, reaching for the faucet as he began to speak, when Jay suddenly yanked his hand away from the knob, eyes wide and face pale, shaking his head. Logan tried to gently pull his hand back, but the little boy wouldn't let go. "I will need my hand if you wish me to wash." Remus stepped closer, crouching down to look at Jay. "Was Mr. Sanders about to turn on the hot water instead of the cold?" Jay slowly released Logan's hand and nodded, staring at Remus with tear-filled eyes. Remus looked up at Logan. "Jay wants to make sure you don't get burned. He turns on the cold water first, then the hot." Logan watched the 2 of them for a moment before smiling. "That is a very wise practice. I shall endeavor to remember to do the same. Thank you for looking out for my safety, Jay." Logan turned back to the sink, carefully turning on the cold tap, then adding some hot water. Jay watched him as he washed his hands, nodding in approval when Logan reversed the process, turning off the hot water first, then the cold. Jay was ready with a towel to dry his hands. Logan smiled down at Jay. "Now am I ready?" Jay grinned and nodded, pulling him over to the seat across from Remus's usual place. Jay sat between them, swinging his feet under his chair. Remus looked at the two faces in front of him, thinking about how huge and empty this table had felt just a couple weeks ago. He sent a lopsided grin toward Jay and Logan. "Well, let's dig in." Jay beamed while Remus and Logan passed bowls around. Remus managed to sneak one more spoonful of green beans onto Jay's plate while the boy watched his teacher try a tater tot with rapt attention. He let out a tiny giggle when Logan's eyes widened as he bit into it. Logan nearly dropped his fork at the new sound, eyes quickly flicking up to Remus's, but recovered quickly at the tiny answering shake of his head, humming and smiling at Jay. "I have not eaten a tater tot in years. I forgot how tasty they were." Grinning broadly, Jay stabbed one with his fork and popped it in his mouth, mimicking Logan's pleased expression. After dinner, Remus helped Jay get started with a shower before packing away leftovers and washing up dishes. Logan picked up an empty serving bowl. "Please, let me help you. It is quite literally the least I can do after showing up unannounced." "All right, since you twisted my arm," Remus smirked, tossing Logan a clean towel. "You can dry." Logan smiled back, gaze caught on his bright green eyes for a moment before he looked down, clearing his throat. Smiling, Remus rolled up his sleeves, and they stood side by side in relative silence as Logan processed everything he had just witnessed. Finally, he shook his head, a happy disbelief. "Jay is a different child than the boy who entered my classroom this past September." Remus raised an eyebrow, glancing quickly at the teacher. You have... It is remarkable how much he has come out of his proverbial shell." Logan frowned, eyes momentarily drawn to the manila envelope he'd set on the fourth chair at the table while they'd eaten. "You've been good for his development." "He's a good kid." Remus nodded slightly, brow furrowed as he scrubbed a baking pan. Well, you saw. He gets scared really easily. Has nightmares." Remus's face softened as he rinsed the suds off one side of the pan. "He's such a sweet kid, though, and he's really smart. You know he can read?" Logan fumbled the wet pan as he took it from Remus to dry. "Does Jay read for you?" No, not out loud. We play a game." Remus flushed a little, staring at the pot he tackled next. I write, and a couple weeks ago, he saw me working in my notebook. He seemed really interested, so I gave him one, and after a while, he started copying the words I was writing." He added more soap, face heated under Logan's intense focus. "I asked if he knew what the words meant, and he just sort of nodded, so I would say a word that was on the page and ask him to point to it." Remus finally looked up at Logan, shrugging. "He got 'em all." "Jay has never responded to any sort of quizzing like that at school. His kindergarten teacher recommended him for remedial classes. In fact, with his small stature, unwillingness to take the tests, and mutism, she had wanted him to stay back a year." "Did Alice fight for him to move ahead?" "On the contrary," Logan frowned, crossing his arms in front of him. "There is no academic achievement required to pass kindergarten. Therefore, there was nothing technically to hold him back." He rapped his fingers against the counter, shaking his head. "The school needed her to request that he stay behind, and from what I can gather from his file, she did not respond to the letter Jay's teacher or the principal sent home." Remus rolled his eyes. "Shocker." Logan nodded, smiling slightly at the enigma of a man standing in front of him. "Indeed." "So is that what you brought in the manila envelope?" "Well, yes, essentially. They're the forms to request an evaluation for special academic services. I didn't realize Jay could write. He wouldn't do it in the classroom." Logan looked down at his feet. "And when he started turning in worksheets after coming to stay with you, Oh," Remus laughed. "You thought I was doing them." Logan winced, shrugging lightly. Remus gently bumped his shoulder. "Man, I didn't do my own homework at his age." I should not have assumed." Remus shrugged. "Can't hardly blame you." He rinsed the pot and handed it to Logan. "I'm surprised he doesn't write at school." He chuckled. "You probably noticed he really likes you." Turning off the water, he dried his hands on another towel, narrowing his eyes at the teacher. Maybe when he's finished getting into his PJs, he might be willing to show you. Nodding, Logan smiled. I would like that. Chapter 7. What Do You Know? Thursday, November 10th, 1983. Patton and Logan were washing up after an unusually quiet dinner. Patton was so subdued that by the end of the evening, Logan had found himself laying down setups for puns, none of which Patton had picked up. Logan adjusted his glasses with the back of his wrist, trying to keep the dish suds away from the lenses. Pat? He carefully placed a soapy dish into the basin next to him, where Pat was rinsing the dishes before placing them in the dish strainer. Yeah? Patton stared down at the dish in his hand, continuing to rinse the plate. Is something bothering you? Logan glanced over at his brother, just as Patton looked up. Their eyes met, and Logan looked pointedly at Patton's lips, which he'd bitten to the point of bleeding. You seem like you've got something on your mind. Accepting the next soapy plate, Patton started to shake his head before dropping the plate into the basin and turning to Logan. No, yes, there is. He let out a little sigh. I'm not supposed to talk about it, though. Confidentiality? Patton nodded, frowning into the basin of suds, dragging a finger through the bubbles left behind. I understand. Logan nodded as he picked up a saucepan. He added a bit more soap to the scrubby part of the sponge and attacked a burnt spot on the bottom of the pan. I have similar restrictions when I learn private things about my students. What if... Well... Logan looked at Patton out of the corner of his eye. Patton picked up the plate, rinsing the suds away. He put the plate in the drainer and turned off the water, turning to his brother again. What if we talk about it in a more professional way? If I talk to you in your capacity as a teacher, it wouldn't be a breach of confidence. It would be a social worker reaching out to a related professional. Logan frowned. That would make sense if the case that concerns you involves a student at my school, particularly if he or she were a student in my class. He stopped talking when Patton raised his eyebrow. Oh, the child that concerns you is one of my students. Patton slowly nodded, pressing his lips tightly together. Returning his attention to the saucepan, Logan continued scrubbing. Well, I suppose then that speaking with me, one professional to another, in the interest of the child, of course, would provide you the opportunity to speak your mind. Patton let out a long breath, shoulders slumping down into their usual position. Oh, thank God, I wasn't going to be able to hold it in any longer. I'm listening, Pat. Patton stood a little straighter and started speaking quietly. Okay, there's this little boy in your class. He got a failure to thrive and... Jay Henny. Logan continued to scrub at the bottom of the saucepan. Janice, yes. He will respond better to Jay. Logan faced Patton. You should call him his preferred name when you speak with him. Isn't he mute? The file says he can't talk. Logan frowned, scrubbing the pan a little harder, working on an old scorch mark. Obviously, I am not an expert in child psychology. However, I have observed that in an environment in which he feels secure, he makes an effort to communicate. Logan's scrubbing slowed as he recalled the night he watched Jay happily sit with Remus for over an hour, pointing at each word called out from his journal, his homework, 3 Sesame Street books, even the front page of the Village Voice. Logan's hand slipped on the soapy bottom of the pan, tearing him from his reverie. I suspect it is selective mutism, perhaps anxiety from whatever trauma led to the scar on his face. He has a scar? Logan stopped scrubbing, staring at his brother. Have you even met Jay? No, not yet. He was in school when I did my home visit, and... Logan dropped the pan in the sink. He gripped the edge of the enameled sink, grinding his teeth. How can you do a home visit for a child and not meet the child? My supervisor said it would be enough to... Your supervisor sounds like a fucking dolt. Whoa! Logan closed his eyes and bowed his head, breathing for a moment. He opened his eyes and turned to face Patton completely. I apologize, he sighed. I share your concern for this child. You were describing how the home visit went. Right. So I went to his parents' apartment, but no one was home. I stood outside knocking for a while. My supervisor says to stay for a bit, to try to make them think you left. Then, when you can hear them come to the door to see if you're still there, you knock louder. Patton shrugged. It's supposed to make reluctant parents answer the door so the neighbors won't hear. Logan muttered under his breath, dipping a soapy dish in the water basin. Mom never fell for that. Sighing, Patton nodded. Yeah. Patton rinsed the next dish slowly and took a breath. Anyway, I was about to leave my card and a note, and this giant punk with old track marks on his arm came out of the apartment next door and... Pat, punk doesn't mean bad, and... Logan eyed Patton's own arm significantly. Yeah, I know. And I know you're a good person, but you should have seen this guy. He's like 6'5" with spiked green hair, tattoos all over the place, leather pants. He was scary. Logan looked away. So this punk guy, quietly, Logan interrupted again. His name is Mr. Puños. So you've met him? Logan nodded. A little over a month ago. I sent a note home with Jay requesting an emergency parent-teacher conference. He had already missed 8 days of school. He was withdrawn when he was in attendance, and frankly, he frowned, he didn't appear very healthy. His mother did not respond to the note. Logan passed over the clean pot and started on the colander. A week after I sent the note, Jay's mother left him with Mr. Puños in the middle of the night. Logan stopped scrubbing and turned to face Patton. Mr. Puños showed up in my classroom, crumpled note in his hand, the very next day. Oh, Patton fiddled with the dish towel next to him. Yeah, he said he was babysitting. Logan huffed out a laugh. Jay's been in better care from his scary punk babysitter than I've seen him receive from his mother all school year. So, you're not worried that he's staying at that guy's house? Patton stopped rinsing, eyes trained on his brother. Not in the least. Well... Patton looked away, returning his attention to the soapy pot in his hands. My supervisor said that he sounded like an inappropriate placement, and we may need to remove him if his mother does not return soon. Logan paused his scrubbing on the colander and stared at the soapy bubbles that had collected on the surface. He silently watched the bubbles pop for a few moments. Finally, he murmured, Pat, how many open cases do you have? Blinking at the non sequitur, Patton thought for a moment, counting on his fingers. 198? Logan nodded. He expected an answer like that. Patton, perhaps it would be in the best interest of this child if you moved his case to the bottom of your queue. Logan resumed washing the dishes, placing the clean but sudsy colander into the rinsing basin. I have only 32 students in my class. I shall keep a close eye on Jay, and will let you know if I see anything at all concerning. Deal? Patton chewed at his lip for a moment, but finally nodded. All right, pinky swear? He asked, holding out his little finger, his old glint back in his eyes. Logan nodded solemnly, linking a soapy pinky with his brother. Pinky swear. Virgil fiddled with the drumsticks, catching Jay staring at him every time he looked up. So, how long exactly are you babysitting this kid, Ree? Remus narrowed his eyes and flipped his hair back. As long as he needs me, man. I told you. His mom's His eyes jumped over to Jay. His mom is out of town. He shrugged, watching as Jay read some of the stickers plastered on the wall near the little table Beanie had set up for him during their rehearsal. I don't know if he has any family besides his mom. She's probably burned all those bridges. Remus swallowed hard, rubbing his hands roughly over his arms. Yeah, Ree, not everyone is as forgiving as I am. Clapping a hand on his brother's shoulder, Roman grinned. He's a nice kid. I don't mind him hanging around. Maybe, keep him away from downstairs. Remus rolled his eyes. I'm not an idiot, Bro. He raised his hands in surrender. Roman laughed and went back to tuning his guitar. Virgil gnawed at his lip. Wouldn't he rather be out playing with his friends at the park? Or Some shit like that. Remus frowned as he looked down at his own bass and muttered, I don't think he has any friends his age, Virg. You know what kids can be like. They both looked out toward where Jay was sitting and saw only an open table. Remus's eyes whipped around the tiny venue until he turned and saw Jay had climbed up on stage and was standing a few feet away, watching Virgil adjust the drum kit. Hey, buddy, you're fast, Remus chuckled, blowing out a quick breath and pushing away the thrumming panic he'd felt clamping down on his chest. Were you curious about Virgil's drums? Jay nodded slightly and took a small step toward them. Remus glanced up at Virgil, eyebrow raised. Virgil sighed, then turned to Jay and held out a drumstick. You want to try it, kid? Jay looked at Remus, waiting. It took Remus a moment to realize he was waiting for permission. Go ahead, bud, he said, nodding quickly. The boy raced over to Virgil, accepting the drumstick with a bright grin. He tapped it slowly at first, smiling back at Virgil. Remus nudged Roman, silently drawing his attention away from his guitar and toward the pair as Virgil started lightly stepping down on the top hat, adding a steady beat from the cymbals. Jay tried to match the beat, tapping with Virgil's rhythm. Not bad, kid, not bad, Virgil murmured, a little smirk growing on his face. Jay tapped on a different drum, smiling at the new sound. After a few minutes, he gave the drumstick back to Virgil, then touched his first 3 fingers to his chin, then dropped them with an open palm towards the drummer. Did he just... Virgil glared at Remus, eyes wide, making the fuck off motion, brushing his fingers under his jaw. Remus cackled, No man, that's ASL for thank you. Remus threw his head back, laughing harder at Virgil's blush. He learned it at school. Oh, well, you're welcome, kid. Virgil cleared his throat, smiling briefly at Jay's grin, and turned to his drum kit as Jay clambered off the stage and headed back to his little table. Virgil looked up at Roman and Remus. You two ready? Roman nodded, washing down some aspirin with another long draw of his sports drink. Oh, just a sec, Remus added, fishing out a tiny set of protective headphones from his gig bag before leaping off stage. He handed them to Jay, and he popped them on, then allowed Remus to double-check their fit. Comfy? Remus asked in a loud voice. Jay grinned and nodded, giving him a little thumbs up. He ruffled Jay's hair, then ran back to the stage. Let's go, Remus grinned as he waited for Virgil's countdown. They took a break 2 hours into rehearsal. Roman sat on the drummer's stool with his eyes closed, head leaning back against Virgil's belly as he stood behind him. Virgil rubbed his temples while he leaned over, murmuring softly in his ear. Remus sat with Jay at his table while they shared a sandwich. Hilly stopped by the table with another glass of water for Remus and a glass of milk for Jay. Remus chuckled. Benny's got fresh milk back there? Grinning, Hilly shrugged. He swears it's for White Russians, but between you and me, he shook his head laughing. He only started buying it when Jay showed up for rehearsals a couple weeks ago. Remus watched the man as Hilly's hands reflexively moved to the packet of cigarettes in his pocket before he looked down, dropping his hands and fishing out some gum. Lisa's set to stay with Jay again on Thursday so you can perform. Does 7 o'clock still work? Remus quickly chewed and swallowed the bite he'd taken, nodding. Yes, that sounds great. He turned to Jay. You like Lisa, right? Jay was already grinning broadly, leafing through the drawings in front of him, pulling out one of a figure in a flowery dress and pink hair. Remus laughed as he accepted the drawing, turning it to show Hilly. Oh, if she's got her own drawing after just 2 babysitting gigs, then she's on the VIP list. He looked up at the older man again. Thanks for... He waved his hand over Jay, the stage, the club. Thanks for everything, Hilly. I've had angels in my life, especially when I was young like you. Remus felt a flush heating up his face, gulping at his water. Hilly grinned, waiting for him to put down the glass. I'm glad to be able to help where I can. Besides, you boys know how to bring in the crowds. If having my daughter pitch in a little babysitting is part of your rider, I'm happy to oblige. Roman called from the stage, Hey, if we really have a rider, I've got some things to add. Not for you, your worshipfulness. Virgil laughed, leaning over and kissing Roman's neck. He looked up. Come on back, Remus. We need to try that last song again. Remus helped Jay with his headphones, while Jay made a motion with his arms. He tilted his head. What was that? Jay repeated it before looking up at the stage and miming a microphone. Remus grinned. Is that the sign for song? Jay grinned, nodding happily as Remus tried the motion. Jay took his hand, straightening his fingers and moving his right hand back and forth over his left. Oh, Remus repeated the motion and winked at Jay. Not yet, but soon. Virgil ended their last planned song with a righteous lift, accompanying Roman as he wailed the song's final high note into the mic. He smirked. He looked more like an actual singer as the last crush of the cymbals reverberated through the mostly empty space. Yeah, you nailed the end. Roman shot Remus a preemptive dirty look as his brother first waved his hand as though to say, what? Before tilting his head toward Jay. His wide eyes taking in their every movement, Roman rolled his eyes and then gestured toward Virgil with the head of his guitar. Remus nodded, laying down the bass line to a different song. Virgil had started to pack up his gig bag, but now looked up, brow furrowed as he listened to Remus playing. He shook his head. That's not one of ours. Roman stepped closer to Virgil, easing around his drum kit and swiveling his drummer's stool so they were face to face. He started picking out the melody on his guitar. Every time I look into your loving eyes, I see a love that money just cannot buy. Babe, what is this? Virgil asked, a flush growing on his cheeks. Remus took over the melody on his bass and started to sing the background harmony vocals as Roman took Virgil's hand, drawing him close. He continued to sing. One look from you, I drift away. I pray that you are here to stay. Anything you want, you got it. Anything you need, you got it. Anything at all, you got it, baby. Anything you want, you got it. Anything you need, you got it. Anything at all, you got it, baby. Roman put down his guitar, wrapping his arms around Virgil's waist, and started to dance him around the stage, singing softly near his ear. Every time I hold you, I begin to understand. Everything about you tells me I'm your man. I live my life to be with you. No one can do the things you do. Ro, what is this for? Virgil shot a look at Remus when Roman just dipped him in response. Remus smiled and shrugged, dipping his bass toward Roman and singing the harmony. Anything you want, you got it. Anything you need, you got it. Anything at all, you got it, baby. Anything you want, anything you need, anything at all. Roman stopped singing, cradling Virgil's cheeks in his hand as he pulled him into a long, soft kiss. My love. He carted his fingers through Virgil's hair. You know I couldn't possibly let our anniversary go by without taking the opportunity to serenade you. Laughing and hiding his face against Roman's chest, Virgil complained with a blushing grin. But our anniversary's not until Friday. Well, sure, but we won't have this space Friday. Roman lifted Virgil's chin and looked into his eyes as Remus played the last chords of the song. I'll just have to find some other way to cherish you on that day. Virgil's initial response was interrupted by sudden applause from Jay and Hilly. I am so getting back at you for this. You better, Roman murmured, drawing him in for one more kiss. Chapter 8. Ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have? Monday, December 12th, 1983. Patton reread the third page of notes left by the last social worker to complete a home visit for the case in front of him. In addition to the 18B attorney chatting up the social worker 2 desks down from where he sat, the records room clerk was delivering requested files, the old wheels on the overburdened cart screeching every time the cart moved. He shook his head and sighed, turning up the volume on his Walkman in an attempt to drown out the distraction. He'd gone halfway through the page when someone tapped his shoulder, and he jerked in his seat, ripping off the headphones and looking for the intruder. "Whoa, sorry dude, are you Sanders?" Patton nodded, blinking and taking a deep breath. The records clerk nodded, handing him a thick file. "You requisitioned this over a month ago?" He shrugged at the frayed tab and binding reinforced with clear tape. "It was closed 10 years ago when the kid aged out, so it took a while." Pressing his clipboard into Patton's hands, he muttered, "You gotta sign for it." Barely glancing at the file requisition and receipt form as he signed, Patton's eyes were drawn to the dusty file in front of him. He read the faded tab. Puños Remus D. 1955, 03-15. Puñosord, 1968, 1206A. Thanks. Patton's brow furrowed. When I didn't get anything right away, I thought we didn't have anything. He looked up again at the record clerk, who'd already pushed the cart down to the next row of desks. Patton leaned over into the aisle, calling again, "Thanks." Patton closed the previous case file he had been reading and opened Remus Puños' old foster care file. Patton twirled the phone cord as he waited for Remus to pick up. He glanced again at his watch. It was around the same time of day that he'd attempted to visit the Henny house, so he was optimistic that this was a good time to catch the man. On the 5th ring, Remus finally answered, sounding a little out of breath. He heard the sound of keys and door closing and locking. "Mr. Puños, this is Mr. Sanders from the Bureau of Child Welfare. Is this a good time to talk?" Remus cleared his throat, but his voice still sounded creaky. Yes, sure thing. I just walked in the door." "That's great, thanks. Well, I wanted to know how Jay is doing. Is he at school now?" "Yeah, he, gets out in 2 hours. Patton could hear papers rustling in the background. "He just got a report card, and his teacher is really happy with his progress." Patton made a mark in Jay's file, nodding to himself. "I sure got an earful from his teacher on that already." "That's really good to hear." Patton checked his phone interview script, skipping most of the prompts. He furrowed his brow, lingering on one. "Do you have any concerns that you'd like to talk about?" No?" Remus sounded confused by the question. "He's growing. We went clothes shopping on Saturday to get him the next size up." Patton made another mark in Jay's file. "So that's actually, well, it makes me a little less concerned about him." "That's good. Kids his age are supposed to grow out of clothes." Remus chuckled over the line. "Well, I don't want to keep you too long. I appreciate your time, Mr. Puños." Patton sighed, eyes drawn to Remus's foster care file. "Actually, Mr. Puños, I need to tell you that I looked you up in, BCW's foster records." Patton licked his lips, throat suddenly dry. "It's, standard practice. We're supposed to do a records requisition for anyone we, encounter when we're taking a new case." Remus was quiet for a moment on the other line before clearing his throat, his deep voice rough as it rumbled over the line. "And what'd you find?" For the briefest moments, Patton was grateful he didn't have time to make a personal visit. Just imagining the man's face was bad enough. "I got a file back from when you were in a group home." Remus was silent. "Well, I guess they still call them all orphanages back then." Patton cleared his throat. "And, it has the notes from a caseworker who found you in the tunnels and, tried to get you to come back to the group home." Remus made a sound like a laugh. "Yeah, no way in hell I was going back there just to..." He cleared his throat again and went quiet. After a few breaths, while Patton felt the phone receiver grow slick from his sweaty palms, Remus finally continued, "I wasn't going back." You should know we closed that group home 9 years ago. Good. I hope you burned that shit to the ground. Looking down at the black and white photos taken during Remus's hospitalization after the first time he'd run away from foster care and had been disciplined, Patton wanted to agree. Mr. Puños, Patton cleared his throat, I'm sorry for what happened to you. You didn't do it. Well, and I want to say that I know how hard you must have worked to... Patton's words fell away as he grasped for something to say that didn't either make things worse or make him sound like a condescending ass. Thanks. After he hung up, Patton marked the call in the logs on both Jay's and Remus's foster care files, as well as his daily call register. Hands shaking, he closed the book and the files and took the stairs down and out of the building, escaping into the cold December air. He took a walk, hoping to clear away the pounding in his head and the heaviness in his heart. A second ring pealed from the phone, and Logan called out from the kitchen, elbow deep in the basin of soapy water. Pat, could you get that? The phone rang again. Pat? Logan tried again, listening carefully for the sound of creaking floorboards or any other sign that his brother was actually moving to answer the phone. Shaking his head, a small frown dragging at his mouth, Logan quickly rinsed his hands and wiped them dry on a towel. He rushed to the living room to answer the phone before the fifth ring when the answering machine would pick it up. Catching it just in time, Logan answered as he was still raising the receiver to his mouth. Hello, Sanders residence. Logan? Remus's baritone voice, pouring from the earpiece, softened Logan's features as he pressed the phone closer to his ear as though he could somehow shrink the distance between them. I'm glad I caught you. I was afraid you were out. No, just, I was in the kitchen. Logan still listening and waiting for Remus to speak. Finally, he asked, Is everything all right? Is there anything I can help with? Oh, right. Jay's just fine. Nothing to worry about. I'm actually calling to ask a favor? Of course, Remus. I will help in any capacity that I can. What do you need? Remus was quiet for a long time. Whatever you may need, even if I cannot render assistance, there is no harm in asking me. Logan smiled, hoping some of the sentiment would come through in his voice as he repeated the question. What do you need? I have a, engagement coming up, and my sitter's schedule changed with the new quarter, and now... Logan's heart tightened behind his breastbone. Of course Remus is seeing someone. How could he not be? Are you looking for someone to stay with Jay while you are out? Remus sighed over the phone. Yes, if it's not too much to ask. Stretching the phone cord over the armrest, Logan sat down on the couch. He perched on the edge of the cushion, back straight. No, of course it's not asking too much. I would be happy to help you. When is your date? What? Brow furrowed, Logan took a deep breath and repeated a little more slowly. When is your date for which you need a sitter? Remus chuckled breathlessly over the phone. Oh no, it's not a date, it's... But you said you had an engagement. Oh, are the Fists still playing? Logan was surprised. Bands usually had limited regular runs at CBGBs. They must still be drawing crowds if the talent broker was keeping them on. Recalling the last show he'd been to, the pounding energy in the club, and the way his own heart raced as soon as they began to play, Logan could understand why. It's... Remus breathed hard into the mouthpiece. I play in a band with my brother and an old friend. We're performing on Thursday. That is wonderful. I envy your talent. I do not have a musical bone in my body. Remus chuckled. Oh, you wouldn't say that if you knew where we played. Relaxing into the couch, Logan smiled broadly and murmured, Try me. We play at this club down on Bowery. CBGBs? Logan supplied before he could stop himself. Right, yes. I forgot you've been in this neighborhood for a while. I grew up in the Lower East Side, down on Avenue B. Logan chuckled. I used to attend PS 63. I didn't know that. Wow. That must be wild, teaching where you used to be a student? Occasionally, yes it is. like when the bassist of your fantasies suddenly appears in your classroom. Logan's mind wandered to the first night he'd gone to the club on a Thursday and saw Remus on stage. His concentration as he sang. The contrast between the brothers that first night was especially marked. They were identical twins, both attractive, but whereas Remus's brother strutted across the stage, fully aware of his appeal, Remus, he had no idea. "Logan?" Remus sounded tentative. "I apologize. I was lost in thought. I did not hear you. Could you repeat your question, please?" "It's okay. You're probably in the middle of a million things. Are you available Thursday night? Yes." Logan cleared his throat. "Yes, I would be more than happy to assist you. What time is your performance?" "We start at 8. "Would it help if I arrived early to assist you with dinner, to give you time to prepare?" Yes, Logan, that would be amazing. Thank you. Say around 6 o'clock? I will be there at 6 then." Logan worked to unkink a knot in the phone cord. "Remus, I wanted you to know that I deeply respect the way you must have rearranged your life to suddenly accommodate the care of a small child, particularly a child whose needs are great." Thank you? I think anyone in my shoes would do what I'm doing. I have worked with students and their families for over 6 years. I know that is not true. You are not just anyone, Remus. You are amazing. You are breathtaking and talented, and so caring toward that little boy, and Logan sighed, feeling the words die in his throat before they could even begin to emerge. "So you perform on Thursdays? Is it safe to assume you meet at other times to rehearse? Do you still have support for your rehearsals?" "I actually bring Jay with me," he added in a rush. "He wears headphones to protect his hearing, and it's just the band and a couple of the staff from the club there. He's totally safe." "Oh, I did not doubt that. I was merely wondering, would it be helpful to you if I attended your rehearsals? From time to time. I wouldn't want to intrude, just to be there, in case Jay needed something when you were busy." I bet Jay would like that, but, well, I don't know if our music's really your style of..." Logan grinned. "I am familiar with the musical genres typically performed at that venue. It sounds like it could be fun." Jay sat in the kitchen chair closest to the front door. He'd angled the seat, shifting it so he could watch both the hall and Remus as he cooked at the same time. As soon as he'd finished his worksheet from school that day, he'd hurriedly washed his hands and set the table. Once the table was ready, Jay had taken out his crayons and a fresh sheet of construction paper, kicking his feet back and forth as he'd draw. He now sat, dangling feet still swinging, as he held the drawing close to his chest, bouncing a little in his chair as he waited. The moment the doorbell rang, Jay leapt out of his seat and ran to the door, turning and watching Remus as he approached the door, checking the peephole. Remus winked at Jay, nodding. "He's here!" Jay's face bloomed in a bright smile, and he bounced up and down, watching Remus unlock the door, inviting Logan in. "Hello, you two," Logan said brightly, looking first to Jay, then Remus, eyes quickly darting away from his stage clothes. Jay waited, quietly but impatiently, while Logan removed his jacket and his shoes. Clearing his throat, Logan turned to Jay, crouching down to ask, "What do you have there, Jay?" Still grinning broadly, Jay shoved the paper into his hands, then took a small step backwards, watching Logan's face while he held his breath. Remus looked over Logan's shoulder and smiled at Jay. In the picture, Jay had drawn a tall figure with black hair, a blue shirt that looked suspiciously like the one Logan wore that evening, along with a bright blue necktie. He had squares around his eyes and had big looping arms encircling a much smaller figure, with yellow curlicues drawn out of his head and a bright pink smudge on the side of his face. The taller figure held a book in his hands and had a big speech bubble above his head with the words, "It is spring," painstakingly printed, with the large word a little squished at the end and the S backwards. "Jay," Logan's voice was quiet as he looked up at the boy with a broad smile. "This is a lovely picture." Jay's face exploded in a smile, and he resumed his bouncing. "I really like the colors you chose." He held the drawing so that all three could easily see it and pointed to the squares over the taller figure's eyes. "Are those eyeglasses?" Nodding quickly, Jay pointed at Logan's own eyeglasses. Logan's smile grew. "Have you drawn me in this picture?" At Jay's continued nodding, he added, "Are we reading? This looks like the book we read together last week." Jay nodded one more time before racing off to the bookshelf, pulling out 2 books and handing both of them to Logan. "Ah, I see. And would you like to hear both of these tonight while Remus is performing?" Jay's eyes widened, full of hope. "These are both excellent choices. I would be very happy to read them with you this evening." Remus laughed. "How about some dinner first?" With the snow swirled against the windows in icy drifts, it was cozy and, for the moment, relatively quiet in CBGBs, as the band took a short break from rehearsal. Jay sat at his usual table in the back, lightly kicking his new snow boots against the legs of the chair. Logan had asked if he would be more comfortable taking them off. Remus had also brought his sneakers along for that purpose. Jay just shook his head, smiling, appearing to enjoy the little thudding sounds the nubby heels made against the thick, worn wood. Remus stood next to Virgil in front of his drum kit, working through a last-minute change they wanted to try before repeating the last song. He cast a quick glance at Jay and Logan, smiling and nodding when Logan gave him a little thumbs up as well. Virgil cleared his throat. "Dude, why haven't you made a move yet? He's geeky, but he's kinda cute." Virgil's voice was low, glancing between the table and to where Roman had just walked down the hall. "And he's so clearly into you." Remus tore his eyes away from Logan at the little table, training his gaze on the neck of his bass. He shook his head, hoping the heat he felt in his face wasn't noticeable in the dim lights of the club. "Nah, it's not like that. He's just a really good teacher. He's looking out for Jay." "Uh-huh. Sure, man. Sure." "Sure, man, sure what?" Roman asked, bounding up on the stage, handing Virgil a glass of water. He winked at Remus and sipped at his own cup while he tapped his foot as though impatiently waiting for Virgil's response. Remus interjected instead, "Hey, bro, where's mine?" He put on an exaggerated pout, pointing to Virgil's water. "Get your own boyfriend to fetch you water," he laughed, keeping his voice low. Remus rolled his eyes, turning away from the laughing pair, hissing, "He's not my boyfriend." He walked up to his mic stand, refusing to give them the satisfaction of catching him staring at the table where Jay and Logan sat. He kept his eyes focused on the joints of his stand, adjusting and readjusting the height while he waited for their laughter to die down. He called back to them over his shoulder, "Are we ready to start again?" "Would you like this first?" Logan's voice was just a few feet away. He stood on the floor at the lip of the stage, arm extended, holding out a glass of ice water. Yeah, thanks, Logan." He smiled as he crouched down, taking the glass. He took a sip and smiled. "Thanks," he said again. Logan grinned. Hydration is important when one spends so much time in radiator-heated spaces. He pulled a small cloth from his pocket and took off his glasses for a moment to polish one of the lenses. Remus sputtered on his water when, for a split second, something in Logan reminded him of Blue. He hadn't thought about that blue tressed man in well over a month and hadn't seen him in even longer. He was sure the momentary resemblance was just a trick of the light, and the fact that Logan was standing so close to where Blue had when he'd first seen him, but that moment had been sufficient to make him choke, sending a flush over his face and neck. Logan quickly shoved his glasses back into place, jumping up on stage and patting Remus's back. "Are you all right?" I'm fine. He shook his head, fighting to calm what appeared to be his constantly flushing face. "I guess I have a drinking problem," he joked, picking up the overdone pun. Logan chuckled, but then yanked his hand away just as they both realized his hand had lingered on Remus's shoulder, the pats morphing into a gentle stroking. I should let you get back to it." Logan looked over Remus's shoulder, where Virgil and Roman stood next to each other, watching their entire exchange. "Excuse me," he mumbled, jumping off the stage. "What? You liked Return of the Jedi?" When Logan had started calling a few nights a week after dinner to check in on Jay and to see if there was anything he should be aware of before the following school day, Remus had installed a longer cord on the phone bolted to the wall in the kitchen. It allowed the receiver to stretch comfortably to the sink so that he could talk while he washed up after dinner. After Jay settled into a healthier routine, though, they had fewer and fewer concerning issues to discuss. The semi-weekly calls continued, their conversations quickly veering onto other topics. "Of course I liked Jedi. The Ewoks were cute," Remus laughed as he rinsed his salad bowl. "Bloodthirsty little things, but still cute. Hey, do you think that's what they cooked at the Nub Nub feast? The stormtrooper bodies?" Remus laughed when Logan groaned over the phone. "Do you think they turned the rebels into cannibals?" Logan pondered the question. Perhaps it might not have technically been cannibalism. However, if the stormtroopers were non-human, without seeing under the armor, there would be no way to tell. Remus laughed, rinsing a small fistful of forks and knives. "They're still eating sentient species. I'd be creeped out if Chewbacca suddenly decided to make a meal of Lando." He would likely experience the least amount of guilt consuming Lando if it ever became necessary. Remus thought he heard a chuckle hiding underneath Logan's thoughtful hum. "Though, are we certain that Chewbacca is not actually an herbivore?" "Nah, Chewie went right for the meat in the Ewok's trap. Besides, look at those teeth. Canines like that? He's at least an omnivore like a bear." Remus felt a shiver at the melodic peal of Logan's low laugh, bubbling from the phone. "You make a solid argument," the teacher finally conceded. "Oh, that reminds me. Have you read the latest book by Clifford Geertz? He's the anthropologist who was in the news when he dismissed his old team for misinterpreting those ceremonies because they spent less than a day on site." Remus's hands danced. His book has a whole set of, he calls them conceptual tools, like using Chewie's teeth to fill in the blanks in a culture. "I read the review in the Times, but I have not yet been able to obtain a copy." "The Voice reviewed it, too. I borrowed a copy from the arts desk. They've always got more books than they know what to do with. I bet I still have it, if you'd like to borrow it." Remus winced. "But ignore the notes I made in the margins. Old habits. I got halfway through the book before I remembered I'd only borrowed it." "I would not mind your play-by-play annotation. Marginalia is almost intimate, or rather, it is always interesting to see what a fellow bibliophile thinks of a new book." Remus grinned, turning off the water and starting to dry the dishes he'd been setting on a towel laid across the counter. "I still haven't found your byline in the paper, you know, and I have been looking." Remus held his breath for a moment before slowly releasing it. "Well, I've been wondering, do you write under a pseudonym?" Sighing, he quietly admitted, Yes, I do." "What secret thing would you write about that you would not want anyone else to know?" Logan chuckled lightly. "If the Voice had a sports column, I would guess that, but—" "Okay, if I tell you... no." Remus let out an exasperated sigh. "Please don't think any less of me when I tell you, okay? I'm not on the arts desk, and I don't write the deep investigative pieces. I'm just, Remus," Logan's voice was firm, "you are a gifted musician, a generous soul, and a poet. I saw the linear notes on the tapes you were selling in the back of CBGBs. You've written most of the Fist songs." Logan took a deep breath. "And certainly all of the Fist songs that challenge what a punk song can be." Remus felt a warmth growing in his chest and threatened to take control of his mouth. Logan continued, "Please, there is nothing you could say that would make me think less of you." "Okay." Remus squeezed his eyes shut. "Fuck, please don't let this be a mistake." He took a deep breath and the words spilled out. "Are you familiar with the Savage Love column?" There was dead silence on the other line. Remus could practically see Logan slamming down the phone in disgust, only to pick up the phone again and call BCW to come and take Jay away. Fuck. You just fucked up big time." Oh God, Logan, please don't get the wrong idea. I'm not just some horny... I love your column. Remus fumbled the phone, catching it by the cord. What? It is one of the few places people can go for accurate information and honest discussion about sex and the importance of good communication and trust in a relationship. Sure, it is, not something I would let a child read. But the underlying message is important, and for adults, and admittedly a lot of near adults, is vital information about sexual and emotional health. Face splitting in a broad grin, Remus laughed. Fuck, can I get you to write my next resume? Logan chuckled. I would be amiable to that proposition. His laughter quieted, and Remus heard him take a deep breath. Thank you for trusting me with your pen name, Remus. Logan was quiet for a few moments, and Remus gripped the phone tightly against his ear, hearing something change in his voice. I have... Logan sighed. I have to go. I apologize. See you tomorrow? Hearing the squeak of the faucet and the dissipating hiss of the shower, Remus quickly said, Sure, yeah. Jay's just turned off the water and will be ready for his bedtime story soon. So the timing worked out. Remus smiled. He opened his mouth to say more, but his voice failed, the words refusing to leave his lips. Good night, Remus. Good night, Logan. Logan rushed to the intercom, drying his hands on a dish towel. He leaned close to the ancient speaker before pressing the button and speaking directly into the tiny mic pickup. Yes? He released the talk button, then pressed the listen button. Hey, your building's buzzer actually works. Logan laughed, thankful no one was around to see the clown-like smile that must be splitting his face. He pressed the talk button. Yes, barely. Come on up. He pressed the door button, then the talk button, listening for the sound of the door closing behind them. He faintly heard Remus's voice saying something animatedly to Jay. He took a deep breath and held it for a few seconds before slowly exhaling, looking around the living room. He straightened one of the pillows on the couch, then tugged at the throw draped over the back of the couch before pulling it off and refolding it, putting it back in a different direction. Racing back to the kitchen, Logan checked the stir-fry again, double-checking that he hadn't forgotten napkins or glasses on the table and adjusting the chairs for the third time. What are you doing, Sanders? This is a student and his guardian. What are you so freaked out about? The doorbell rang before he could answer his own thought. Sucking in one more breath, Logan checked his teeth in the mirror next to the door, then the peephole, then swung open the door. Welcome, both of you. Logan could feel his too broad grin, but was powerless to control it. Please, come in. Remus let Jay enter first, surprising Logan with a small hug. Well, hello there, Jay. I'm so happy you could come over tonight. Remus followed, smiling down at Jay. Hey, buddy, remember the trick when you go to someone's house? Jay looked thoughtful for a moment, then suddenly grinned and looked down at Logan's stocking feet, then spied the rack near the door for a place to store shoes while inside. You got it, bud. And some families keep their shoes outside, so that's a dead giveaway that you should take off your shoes before you go inside. Jay toed off his shoes, then raced back to Logan, wiggling his toes, showing his teacher his multicolored socks, knitted with little puppets. Logan looked closely, then laughed. Are those Bert and Ernie socks? Jay grinned, a tiny, strained giggle escaping his throat. Wow, do you think they make those in my size? Or perhaps I could simply borrow yours. Jay's giggle grew. Slowly venturing deeper into the new space, a small glass terrarium caught his eye. Logan nodded at him. You can go look at the terrarium. It belongs to my roommate. He had several different little creatures in there. Do you want to see what you can spot? Jay looked back at Remus, and at his small nod raced over, peering closely into the terrarium. Remus put his hands in his pocket, head still nodding. Oh, you have a roommate? That's really good not to be alone. Yes, it is, most of the time, at least. Logan chuckled. Well, you know what brothers can be like. Furrowing his brow, Remus tilted his head for a moment, then suddenly cried out, Oh, your roommate is your brother! Yes, he's lived with me since I was still at Hunter College as an undergrad. We had a much smaller place back then. This 2-bedroom is practically a palace. I'm sorry, I assumed, when you said roommate, I thought you meant... Remus waved his hand, glancing toward Jay, finally muttering, you know. Oh, Logan felt his face grow hot as he shook his head. No, I'm not with... His mouth shut and took a deep breath through his nose, wrangling his rambling. He turned, gesturing toward the kitchen, pushing away the topic before he said something he truly regretted. Are you hungry? I made stir-fry. Logan looked back, eyebrows raised. Something flashed across Remus's face that was too quick for Logan to process. It smells great. How can we help? After dinner, Logan and Remus sat on opposite sides of Logan's kitchen table, drinking coffee. Jay stood in front of Remus, holding up the small book he'd brought with his crayons and construction paper. Are you sure you wouldn't rather go home and hear a bedtime story in your bed? Jay looked stern, shaking his head firmly, pressing the Grover book into Remus's hands. Remus looked again at the clock. It is still pretty early for bed, isn't it? Jay nodded excitedly, the tiniest of smiles starting to tug at the corner of his lips. Okay, this is a golden little book after all. Jay grinned, a little laugh escaping his lips, and he pulled Remus towards Logan's couch, settling next to him and leaning against his side, idly tracing the tattoo on his forearm. He suddenly looked up at Logan, who followed them to the living room and was now leaning against his desk, watching them get settled. Jay then jumped up and grabbed Logan's hand, drawing him over to sit on the other side of the small couch. Is this book too good not to share? Logan asked, smiling down at the little boy's excited grin. He nodded, then settled back against Remus, still gripping Logan's hand. Remus shot a quick glance over to Logan, hoping to catch if he was uncomfortable or needed a little assistance disengaging from Jay's persistent attention. Logan was simply looking down at Jay, a soft little smile on his face. Ready, everyone? Remus asked. Jay nodded firmly, and Logan laughed. Ready. Remus began to read. The Monster at the End of This Book by John Stone. Staring, lovable, furry old Grover. Hello, everybody! A little over halfway through, no amount of silly sound effects or Remus's more Yoda than Grover line reading could keep Jay's eyes open. He slumped against Remus's side, the fingers of one hand tangled in the hem of his shirt, and the other still lightly gripping Logan's hand. Remus, Logan whispered as he reached over, lightly touching Remus's thigh. Remus's leg jerked at the contact, and Logan's eyes flew wide open, wincing. Oh my God, I apologize. Remus blushed, waving his hand. You're okay. You're okay. Just surprised. Sorry. After a moment, he seemed to collect himself, looking down at Jay. Well, I know how to get him to sleep tomorrow night. He closed the book, tapping the cover lightly. Logan smiled. You do appear to have discovered an effective strategy. He carefully extricated his hand from Jay's grip, fighting back a chuckle at Remus's more difficult task of getting up without disturbing the sleeping boy. Finally, he managed to get Jay settled on a side pillow on the couch without waking him, and stood in a gymnast pose next to the couch, claiming the tiny victory. Logan couldn't hold back a small laugh, miming a polite golf clap. Jay shifted slightly on the couch, but didn't wake. Logan mouthed to Remus, Kitchen? Nodding, Remus mouthed back, Kitchen. Logan refilled Remus's coffee, shoulders shaking with stifled laughter. So let me get this straight. Remus took a sip of the fresh coffee. He raised the cup towards Logan in a small salute. Thanks. He chuckled again. So I grew up in the suburbs and you grew up 2 blocks from here, and somehow I'm the punk with green hair and you're the teacher in a necktie? Logan's laughter stilled and looked down. Still smiling and smoothing down his tie, he adjusted his glasses. In a way, yes, I suppose that is accurate, but perhaps somewhat incomplete. Logan peered closely at Remus, biting his lip. Remus narrowed his eyes, eyebrow raised in confusion. "I'll be right back," Logan whispered, then went quickly to his room. Remus followed him toward the living room to check on Jay. He sat on the armrest, gently brushing Jay's hair from his face. "The kid needs a haircut, maybe tomorrow." He pulled a throw from the back of Logan's couch and covered the boy, gently tucking the soft knit around him. He heard Logan's footsteps in the hall as he returned from his room. "We should probably go soon. Remus's voice fell away as he looked up and saw Logan standing in the hallway. He'd removed his glasses and wore his electric blue wig. "Hello," Logan murmured. It is you!" Remus's voice was hushed as he slowly stood. "I apologize for not telling you sooner." Logan looked down at the floor, folding his hands in front of him. "My brother is the only other person who knows both sides of me." Remus stepped closer. "I get it. With my job, I'm safer. I don't have to hide who I am." Logan chuckled dryly. "I wouldn't last long as an elementary school teacher if anyone knew about this." He gestured towards his hair. "Or anything else." Stepping closer, Remus was nearly touching Logan. He could feel Logan's warm breath ghosting against his neck and collarbone. "I saw you. I looked for you at CBGBs." Logan stared up into Remus's eyes. "You noticed me?" Nodding, Remus smiled. "I wanted to talk to you, but by the time our set ended, I couldn't find you." A smile danced across his lips as his cheeks flushed. "You were much easier to recognize when you came into my classroom." Logan's breath caught in his throat. "May I?" Remus asked, reaching toward the wig. "Only if you kiss me first." Remus reached for him, lightly pressing one hand against the small of Logan's back, closing the distance between them. He brushed the back of his fingers across Logan's cheekbone, gasping quietly at the softness of his skin. He leaned in, their lips just brushing when both men heard a key turn in the door lock, and they quickly stepped away from each other. At the same moment that Remus's panicked brain belatedly reminded him that Logan had mentioned he lived with his brother, Patton walked through the door. "Mr. Sanders?" Remus blinked in confusion. "Mr. Sanders. Oh, fuck. How common of a name did you think Sanders was?" "You're..." Logan nodded, fumbling for his eyeglasses. "Yes, we are brothers." Remus's gaze bounced between them for a few moments before finally muttering, "Jesus, New York can be a small town sometimes." Remus shook his head, brain fuzzy and still feeling a tingle across his lips from their interrupted kiss. We should go. It's not a school night, but Jay's clearly wiped out from the week." Reaching out for his retreating form as Remus hurried away from him, Logan stuttered, You're welcome to stay as long as you Patton watched Logan for a moment before he turned to Remus, words falling out in a jumble. "Yeah, it's no bother, Mr. Puños." Remus turned back to look at Logan, gaze shifting between his eyes, his lips, that electric blue hair. Logan thought he would drown in everything unsaid between the taller man's eyes. "It would be better for Jay to sleep in his own bed." Remus's voice was rough instead of mirthful when he added, "Well, you know what I mean." Logan took a small step toward him as he gently lifted Jay and held him against his chest like a koala joey. "Would you like some company while you walk? I know it's only a few blocks, but..." Chuckling, Remus stretched to his full height, flipping his hair and rattling the wrist of his spiked bracelets. "We'll be fine." Logan felt Patton's gaze trained on him as he stared into Remus's eyes, starting and stopping a half a dozen sentences before finally sighing and nodding. Remus draped Jay's little backpack onto his shoulder, then nodded at Patton, then Logan. His eyes lingered on Logan's before murmuring, "Good night," and he slipped out of the brothers' front door, closing it quietly behind him. Chapter 9. Family. Thursday, March 8th, 1984. When Patton came home that evening, he slammed the door hard enough to rattle the juice glasses in the cupboard next to the stove. Logan lowered the flame on that night's stew and poked his head out from the kitchen. While concerned by the uncharacteristic vehemence with which Patton had shut the door, Logan was relieved to be able to see Patton before he left to watch Jay during Remus's performance. Their schedules had begun to crisscross, and they hadn't had more than a few minutes together to talk all week. "Pat, are you all right?" Kicking off his shoes and yanking off his jacket, Patton scoffed, snarling, "I'm fine." Narrowing his eyes, Logan stepped closer, reaching out to help Patton disentangle from his jacket when the sleeve caught on a shirt button. Patton stilled, breathing heavily, and allowed Logan to free him, nodding a thanks as he hung up his jacket in the hall closet. "You do not appear to be fine, Pat," Logan murmured in an even tone. Shaking his head, Patton stomped into the kitchen. "I really can't talk to you about this." Frowning, Logan followed. "Confidentiality issues?" Patton yanked open the door to the refrigerator, wincing as the ketchup and other condiments in the door shelves clanked against each other. He poked his head inside and rooted around for a minute before slamming the door shut again, empty-handed. He didn't respond. Logan felt his stomach drop to the floor. "Is this about Jay's case?" Brow furrowed, Patton looked away. "What happened, Patton?" Logan demanded in a quiet voice. Sighing heavily, Patton sank down into a kitchen chair. "Alice Henny's name came up on a records check at Rikers. She's being held on a possession with intent to distribute and solicitation." Logan shook his head as he joined Patton at the table, sitting across from him. "Well, that would certainly explain why she has appeared to have abandoned Jay." He crossed his arms and shook his head. "Remus told me the landlord formally evicted her for non-payment last month. She'd been 7 months behind on rent." Patton looked up, clearly surprised. Logan shrugged. "The guy was nice enough to let Remus take anything that appeared to be Jay's when the marshal came." He scowled. "There was not much." Patton pressed his lips together and rubbed at a scuff on the table, not meeting Logan's eyes. "Is there more?" Logan asked, stiffening in his seat. Scratching at the back of his neck, Patton nodded. "Her arrest triggered a review of the case." He closed his eyes. "My superior believes Jay's current living situation is unsafe and has directed me to remove him and place him in a sanctioned foster home." "What?" Patton stood up without responding, pulling down a glass and filling it at the sink. He drank half of it before shaking his head. "There's nothing I can do, Lo." "Pat, please. You were talking about removing Jay from a home where he is cared for and loved." Logan stood and walked over to the sink. He rested his hand on Patton's shoulder. "You must see past the hair dye and tattoos. Since Remus has been caring for Jay, his test scores have gone up. He no longer hides in the supply closet during gym class. He doesn't fall asleep in class anymore. He actually laughed during recess last week. That traumatized little boy laughed. It was the first sound I have heard him make at school all year long." Logan gently turned to Patton to face him. "That child is already in the best possible care he could be. You know, Lo, I'd have a much easier time believing that you were truly and objectively working in the best interest of this child if you—" Patton grimaced and turned away from his brother. "If I what, Patton?" Logan demanded, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "If you know, if you weren't in love with this man," Patton finally admitted. Logan scowled, trying to force away the blush he could feel spreading across his face. "Any personal attachments I may have, that is—" Logan's words failed him at his brother's raised eyebrow. Setting his jaw, Logan burst out, "Would you believe that I am only working in Jay's best interest if I cut off all personal communications with Mr. Puños?" He grit his teeth, his words coming out in a near growl. "Would that sufficiently convince you to fight for this child to stay with the first adult in his life who has actually given a damn about him?" Patton clenched his jaw. "It would help, yes." "Well, fine then. That's what I'll do." Logan's chest heaved and his eyes started to burn. "But you damn well better let Jay stay where he is." "I don't know if there's a way I can find a way," Logan shouted. "Fine." Patton crossed his arms and stormed out of the room. A moment later, he heard Patton's door slam. Logan stared after him, his own hands shaking. Blowing out a harsh breath, Logan tugged at his hair, swearing under his breath. After a few minutes, he looked up at the clock and realized he was due to watch Jay in less than 10 minutes. He swore again, turning off the burner and covering the pot on the stove. Quickly pulling on his jacket, he grabbed his keys and wallet. He shoved his feet into his loafers and left for Remus's, letting the door slam behind him. The roar of the amps and the energy of the audience still pounding through his body, Remus bopped his head as he packed away his bass and the rest of his gear. Roman came up behind him and clapped him hard on the shoulder. That was a perfect set, man. Roman gripped a half-finished beer in one hand. He grinned a little too broadly at his brother. Remus nodded, squeezing Roman's shoulder in return, steadying him slightly when he swayed. Thanks, Robro. You sounded amazing tonight. He returned to his gig bag, checking to be sure he had his cables and journal stowed away safely. Roman drained the last of his beer and shoulder-bumped Remus. Get your shit, Ree. Roman laughed loudly. We're heading out to Iggy's. They're doing green jello shots tonight. Virgil looked up from where he was packing up his own gig bag. His jaw was clenched. Peering closely at Roman, Remus gripped his arm. Maybe some other time. Fuck, Remus, you haven't come out with us in months. I know you've got your whole Ward Clever thing going on, but come on. Virgil stepped around from behind the drum kit and moved closer to the brothers. Shaking his head, Remus put down his bag and rested his hand on Roman's other side. Hey, Robro. Nah, man, you know why I don't want to go to a bar. Scowling, Roman shook himself free of Remus's grip. Yeah, whatever. He jumped down off the stage and threw his empty cup in the trash. When he got to the bar, he leaned over it with puppy dog eyes, waving to get Beanie's attention. Remus looked over his shoulder, briefly meeting Virgil's eyes before continuing to watch his brother. He spoke quietly. How much has he had? Virgil shoved his hands in his pockets, kicking a sticker stuck on the stage. That's at least his 5th. He shrugged when Remus whipped his head around to stare at him. He had a few between sets. Fuck. Sighing heavily, Remus jumped off stage. Beanie was off at the other end of the bar, seemingly too busy with some closing tasks to pour another drink for Roman. Rolling his eyes at Remus's approach, he snapped, What? Remus raised his hands in a surrender pose. Nothing, Ro, nothing. Just didn't want to leave things like that. You know a couple of beers is not the same thing as smack, man. Roman glared at him. You can still have a good time and not end up with a needle in your arm again. Look, Remus sighed heavily, leaning on the bar next to Roman. You don't know that, and I don't want to take the chance that... He sucked his teeth, blowing out a sharp breath. This shit runs in families, Ro. Maybe... What? You're going to tell me what I get to do now? Roman rose and stepped closer to Remus. And don't tell me shit about families. Fists tight at his sides, he snarled, You left! Remus stood up, taking a half step back, staring at Roman's darkened eyes. Ro, can we not do this right now? Oh, you gonna run away from me? Roman took another step forward, chest just touching Remus's. Gritting his teeth, Remus hissed back, Damn it, Ro, you know, I didn't just fucking leave. Remus closed his eyes and took another step backwards. Look, Ro, just call it a night. I know around our birthdays is rough, but you're drunk, man. Without warning, Roman swung wildly at Remus's face, his fist just catching the side of his chin. Jumping off the stage, Virgil rushed over. Hey, guys. He got in between the brothers. Remus took a step back. Babe, it's okay. Virgil put his arm around Roman's waist, stroking his hip. Let's just go home. Everyone's tired. It was a good set. He tilted his head, trying to catch Roman's eyes. Virgil smiled when Roman finally looked at him. Let's go home, babe, he repeated softly. When Roman started to nod and allow himself to be led away from the bar and his brother, Virgil and Remus both released the breaths they had been holding. Looking over his shoulder, Virgil murmured to Remus, "See you Tuesday?" Rubbing his jaw, Remus frowned. "Yeah, man. Tuesday." Remus put down his gig bag and shoved his keys back into his jacket pocket when he got home, turning around to lock the door behind him. He grinned when he looked out into the living room and saw Logan sitting on the couch. Remus's Walt Whitman collection was open on his lap, and his head tilted against the backrest of the couch, lips slightly parted, fast asleep. After undoing his boots, Remus tiptoed over to the couch, carefully marking Logan's page. He glanced down to see which poems he had been reading and chuckled quietly. The book had been opened to As If a Phantom Caressed Me, the poem that had inspired the song Remus had played the first night he saw Logan at the club. "You figured it out," he whispered. Remus looked up when he heard footsteps in the hallway. Jay stood in the doorway, fingers twisting together. "Hey, bud, you okay?" Remus put down the book on the coffee table next to Logan's little packet of Kleenex and stepped closer to Jay. The boy flung himself at his legs, hugging him tightly and tucking his face between his arm and his hip. "Oh, Jay, did you have a nightmare?" Remus felt his little head nod against his arm, so he bent down to pick him up, rubbing his back. "Oh, buddy, you're safe. You're safe." He glanced back at Logan and, seeing him still asleep, he whispered to Jay, "Let's let Mr. Sanders sleep a little more, huh?" He nodded and put his head down on Remus's shoulder as he brought him back to bed. He hummed as he tucked Jay back into bed, first flipping the pillow over and fluffing them up, then fishing out his little blue Grover toy from the tangled sheets. Jay smiled, reaching for the toy. Remus made a whooshing sound, flying him into the boy's hands as he muttered quietly, "It is I, Super Grover." Once Jay was settled under the covers, blinking slowly, Remus bent over and smoothed his hair, whispering, "Good night, Jay." Jay's hand snaked out, grabbing his sleeve as he turned to leave. Remus turned back, and Jay brushed his hand over his outstretched arm, approximately the sign for sing. Remus smiled down at Jay, brushing his hair from his forehead. "You want a song first?" Jay nodded rapidly, eyes wide. "Sure thing, buddy." Remus sat down on the edge of the bed, and after thinking for a moment, he smiled again and started to quietly sing, "Every time I look into your lovely eyes, I can see a love that money just can't buy." In the other room, Logan woke up to the sound of Remus's singing. Blinking, he looked around the living room, brow furrowed. Gradually, his forehead smoothed when he glanced at the clock and, after realizing he'd been asleep for over an hour, started to piece together what was going on. Listening to Remus's quiet singing, he stood and put away the book of poetry Remus had set down on the coffee table. "One look from you, I drift away. I pray that you are here to stay." Logan slapped his hand over his mouth as he felt a sob try to escape his lips. He swallowed hard, wrapping one arm around his abdomen, rocking slightly and pushing back the tears, fighting to control his breathing. "Anything you want, you got it. Anything you need, you got it. Anything at all, you got it, baby. Every time I hold you, I begin to understand. Everything about you tells me you're just grand." Logan heard Jay giggle at the modified line, and he wondered how many times Remus had sung this song to the little boy. "I live my life to be with you. I want to give the world to you." Logan started to pace, shaking his head, arms still wrapped around himself. "Anything you want, you got it. Anything you need, you got it. Anything at all, you got it. Anything you want, anything you need, anything at all. Logan stood still once he heard a quiet creak and soon saw Remus emerge from the room, a soft little smile dancing on his lips. Remus smiled broadly at him over his shoulder as he pulled Jay's door mostly closed. He moved closer to Logan and slipped his arms around his waist, pulling him into a slow, soft kiss. Logan closed his eyes, melting into the heat of Remus's hands against his body, shivering at the sparks where his mustache grazed his lips. He broke away when he felt a low groan start to push its way up from his chest, and they stared at each other for a moment, both breathless. When Logan opened his mouth as though to speak, Remus tilted his chin toward the kitchen. He took his hand and led him further from the bedroom door, where their voices wouldn't carry as much and risk waking the boy again. Remus started a kettle, and they sat quietly together, waiting for the water to boil. Logan was lost in thought, swirling the cold remnants of his cup from earlier in the evening. "How often does he have nightmares?" Logan asked, looking down into the half-drunk tea. Remus sighed, pouring a fresh cup for each of them. "It used to be almost every night." He frowned into his cup and took a sip. "He'd be inconsolable. He'd take a couple hours to calm down, but now," he shrugged, "a couple times a week, maybe, and he settles right back down." "You've been so good for him," Logan whispered, voice cracking. He finally looked up to meet his eyes. Remus chuckled. "It goes both ways." Logan covered his mouth with his hand, holding his breath. "Remus, we..." He sighed and looked down at his hands. After several moments, he spoke again, voice low and toneless. "I have been inappropriate with you. I allowed my infatuation with you to color my judgment, and..." No, you haven't been inappropriate." Remus moved the chair closer to Logan, taking his hands. I kissed you first." Remus tried to catch his eye, letting out a half laugh. Logan shook his head. "This cannot be a personal relationship. I am Jay's teacher. You are his guardian. He pressed his lips together, breathing hard through his nose. "There can be no we. Not in that way." "If you're afraid of people at the school finding out..." Remus reached up to cup Logan's cheek and he jerked away. Remus dropped his hand as though burned. "Logan, please. No, don't let fear get between us." Logan looked away, speaking through gritted teeth. "There is no us, Remus." No, I can't just accept that." Remus stood there, crouched in front of Logan, bending his head until Logan had to face him. "No." He shook his head. "Logan, I love you, and if you don't love me too, then..." His voice broke. Logan wouldn't face him. "Look me in the eye and tell me you don't love me too, and I'll back off." Remus reached for Logan's hand, waiting for him to turn and face him. Logan gently squeezed his hand. He took a breath and stared into warmth and love and hope swimming in Remus's eyes. Remus started to smile. Patton's words echoed in Logan's mind. "That would be so much easier to believe if you weren't in love with this man." "I do not love you." His whispered words roared through the quiet kitchen. Remus's smile vanished, and he sat back on the floor, dropping Logan's hand. "I am sorry for leading you to believe that I felt differently." Logan stood, unable to look at him. "I should go. I sincerely hope I have not damaged our cooperative efforts to assist Jay." Remus shook his head, rising to his feet. No, of course not." He sounded like somebody else, his voice quiet and hollow. "You're Jay's favorite teacher. He adores you. I can be a grown-up and not fuck that up." He nodded slightly. "I expected nothing less from you." Logan quietly walked to the front door, putting on his shoes and his jacket. Silently, Remus shuffled after him. Logan opened the door, glancing back one more time at Remus before clenching his jaw and turning away. "Good night, Mr. Puños." Remus made a small choked sound but replied, "Good night, Mr. Sanders." Logan eased the door shut behind him, careful not to let it slam. Chapter 10. Safe. Monday, March 12th, 1984. "Hey, Pat! We made it through another Monday." Barb leaned over Patton's desk, gently elbowing his shoulder. "We're heading out for happy hour. Want to come?" Patton grinned, throwing his head back. "You know it, Patton." Bridget's brittle voice drew both social workers' attention. "We'll be at the wall. Meet you there?" Barb whispered. Patton nodded as she slunk away, waving slightly at their supervisor. "Yes, Bridget, is there something I can help you with before I head out?" Patton looked up as she approached his desk, arms crossed in front of her. She frowned at him. "You haven't turned in a removal report for the Henny case." "Well, yes." Patton tried to hide his wince. "About that." Sighing, she stared down at him. "You haven't removed the child yet, have you?" Picking up the file, Patton turned to Logan's official recommendation letter, detailing Jay's improvement in the 6 months he'd been living with Remus. "The child's teacher has strongly recommended—" Bridget read over his shoulder. "Sanders?" She narrowed her eyes at Patton. "Any relation?" Patton cleared his throat. "Well, yes, actually. He happens to be my brother." He chuckled lightly at her sudden intake of breath. "Small world, huh?" "This is highly inappropriate. I directed you to remove a child from an unsafe living situation." She put her hands on her hips, jaw tight. "You ignored my instructions and instead followed the advice of your brother." "Yeah, it sounds bad when you say it like that, but nothing, Mr. Sanders. Do your job, remove the child, and get him into a proper foster placement." "Tonight?" Bridget glowered at him. Patton looked at the clock. "It's after 5. We don't have any space in our approved foster families. He'll end up in a group home tonight." Her voice was sharp. "And if you had processed this removal properly, he might not be in this position now." Hanging his head, Patton opened the file, turning to the contact page and reaching for his phone. "What are you doing?" she snapped. Patton froze momentarily under her icy gaze. I was going to call Mr. Puños and let him know." "You never call before a removal. They'll just take the child and run." "I really don't think Mr. Puños is a flight risk. He's got a job, a brother, he writes for the Village Voice." Bridget shook her head. "Go and get the child now and place him somewhere where he'll be safe." She shucked her teeth. "Officer Davids is on duty at the 7th Precinct tonight. Call him for an escort." Patton shook his head. "He's not dangerous, Bridget." She raised an eyebrow, lip pinched. "I'll bring Officer David's number, but it won't be necessary." Bridget remained at his desk until he stood, putting on his jacket and turning off his desk lamp. "And I want the removal report on my desk before I get in tomorrow morning." Nodding, Patton picked up Jay's file and left the office, steeling himself for what was coming next. Patton could hear music and Remus's muffled voice as he approached Puños's door. Glancing to his left, he saw the marshal's notice plastered on the door to Alice's old apartment. Bright orange tamper tape covered its lock and seams. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. He squared his shoulders, pulling himself up to his full 5'8" stature. He closed his eyes and knocked firmly 3 times. The music lowered, and he heard footsteps and the sound of something brushing against the inside of the door. The peephole darkened briefly as someone looked through. A few moments later, Remus opened the door, a guarded mask falling down on his face. He wiped his hands on his apron, looking over his shoulder as Jay peeked around him. Remus watched as his eyes widened, taking in Patton's slacks and pressed shirt, thick folder under one arm. Bureau of Child Welfare ID badge hung prominently around his neck. Jay backed away, heading into the bedroom and closing the door. "That was Jay," Remus murmured quietly. He cleared his throat and opened the door, inviting Patton in with a wave. "Would you like to come in? We were just getting ready for dinner." Remus's eyes darted to the kitchen. "In fact, excuse me for a sec." He raced to the kitchen and covered a saucepan and lowered the flame. Then he opened the oven, peering inside. He closed the door and turned the oven off, wiping his hands again on the apron wrapped around his waist. Remus swallowed, watching as Patton looked around the kitchen, eyes landing on the place setting, a few of Jay's drawings displayed on the refrigerator, the bowl of fruit on the counter. Can I get you something? Water? Coffee? He tucked his hands into his pockets under the apron, hiding the way they shook. No, thank you, Mr. Puños. I won't be here long. Patton opened Jay's folder, pulling out a bright yellow sheet of paper. Remus felt his heart leap into his throat when Patton handed it to him. He read the top line, "Emergency order for removal of a minor child," and momentarily squeezed his eyes shut. The page shook as he gripped it in his hands, forcing his eyes open to read the entire sheet. Due to the recent arrest, minor child, unrelated custodian, history with child services. Remus looked up at Patton, eyes wide and starting to burn with unshed tears. Please don't do this, Mr. Sanders. Jay's doing so much better here, please. Remus lowered his voice. What if he ends up in a group home? You can't tell me you think he'll actually be safer in one than he is here. He's gotten into a routine. Jay hasn't missed a single day of school since he's been staying with me. Look at him. He smiles, he draws, he's reading. Remus reached towards Patton, but quickly lowered his hand, biting his lip when Patton took a step back. Please don't take him and toss him to chance, he whispered, voice cracking. Patton looked down at the file in his hands. I'm sorry, Mr. Puños. I really am, but my hands are tied. His mother is in prison and his father's whereabouts are unknown. While his mother is incarcerated, he's a ward of the state. Patton looked around as though his supervisor was watching over his shoulder. Listen, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but you can apply to be classified as an emergency foster placement with my approval and the recommendation from at least 2 other adults in his life. A doctor who knows you both, a relative, or a teacher? Remus nodded. You aren't in a relationship with anyone, correct? Remus's jaw tightened, but he nodded. Good. That means you won't have to disclose your... Patton gestured vaguely. Orientation? So I recommend you keep it that way. Patton fanned through the papers in his arms. I will note in Jay's file that you have been completely cooperative every step of the way. Patton stared significantly at Remus. That includes tonight. Patton crossed his arms, holding Jay's file against his chest like a shield. I didn't bring a police escort, but I will return with one if I have to. He softened his voice. I need you to cooperate with this removal, Mr. Puños. Resisting will make it impossible for me to recommend that Jay be officially placed in your care, even as an emergency placement. Do you understand me? Where will you take him? He sighed. It's late, and I don't have any family homes available right now. Patton shook his head. He'll go to a group home tonight. There might be a bed at New York Foundling? Remus dragged his hand down his face, muttering a curse under his breath. Can you at least get him in the preschool room? Patton started to shake his head. Jay's a first grader. Remus stared down at the shorter man, whispering fiercely, Yeah, he's a first grader, the size of a 4-year-old who doesn't speak. You know what they'll do to him if you put him with the K-6 group. He hugged Jay's file against his chest. Finally, Patton nodded. I'll get him in with the younger kids. Thank you. Remus sighed, rubbing his mouth roughly. Can I have a minute to say goodbye to him? And I'll need to gather his stuff. Yes, of course. Remus closed his eyes, pushing back the tearing ache in his chest, his head, his gut. He took a deep breath, then pressed on a smile and walked toward the living room. Jay scrambled away from the doorway and onto the couch, fingers twisting together in his lap. His backpack was next to him, already stuffed with his clothes, the hem of a pant leg and the corner of his Grover book poking through where the zipper wasn't fully closed. Remus grit his teeth, choking back the sob threatening to escape his throat. He knelt down in front of Jay, taking his tiny hands in his own. I guess you heard a lot of that, huh? Jay wouldn't look up but nodded. Hey, did you know that this Mr. Sanders is your teacher's brother? Jay's eyes widened, and he looked over Remus's shoulder at where the younger Mr. Sanders watched from the doorway. He narrowed his eyes, scowling. He's Mr. Sanders' little brother. Remus made a show of turning to look with Jay. You can kind of see the resemblance, huh? Maybe. He made an exaggerated squinting face, trying to pull a laugh out of the boy. If you squint, you can see it. Jay looked back at Remus, mouth turned down and eyebrow raised. Well, the important thing they have in common is that they both really care about making sure kids are safe. Remus swallowed against the lump in his throat. In fact, that's this Mr. Sanders. He tilted his head towards Patton, who still watched them carefully from the hallway. It's his entire job to keep kids safe. Jay stared into his eyes, and Remus bit down on the inside of his cheek until he tasted blood, fighting to keep his voice under control and the tears at bay. So Mr. Sanders here is going to bring you to a home where he knows you'll be safe. Jay just frowned at Remus, leaning in to hug him. Remus held him until the lump in his throat threatened to choke him, and the burning behind his eyes began to spill over into tears. He stood up, holding out a hand for Jay. Remus pushed another smile onto his face. Mr. Sanders will take good care of you, and he and I will talk about when you and I can see each other again, okay? Jay nodded, clinging to his hand as Remus picked up his backpack. Remus tucked the book and jeans in and closed the zipper completely. Remus breathed against the iron band that wrapped around his heart when he realized that Jay must have started packing the moment Patton had arrived. Remus stared into Patton's eyes. I will call you in the morning to see how he's doing. You'll get that emergency placement application for me tomorrow as well. Patton swallowed, nodding. All I want is what's best for Jay, Mr. Puños. Remus bit back the sneer that tried to force its way to his face, and instead looked down at Jay, forcing one last smile. He took Jay's hand and placed it into Patton's. I'll see you as soon as I can, okay, buddy? Jay nodded and sighed, hugging Remus's leg for one more moment, then suddenly letting go, standing next to Patton. Remus handed Jay's backpack to Patton and watched them leave. Remus stood in the doorway until he heard the faint clang of the lobby door closing downstairs. Then he stepped back inside, closing and locking the door behind him. He leaned his back against the door and slowly slid down, gripping his hair, tears coursing down his face. He sat bent over himself, sobbing until he was emptied of anger, of sadness, of everything. He pulled out Patton's business card from his pocket. Tomorrow I'll jump through their hoops. Tomorrow. He let out a shaky sigh. So what do I do tonight? Remus checked the time on the coffee maker. 6:58. He shrugged. There's always CBGBs. It's Monday, open mic night. There might be someone good playing. Who the fuck are you kidding, man? You don't care who's on stage. You just want to blow off some steam or blow off some... He stood up and walked to his bedroom to change. As he pushed the clothes across the rod in the closet, searching for the trashiest thing he could, he heard Roman's voice in his head. Come on, Ree. You know what's going to happen if you show up at the club alone. Who the fuck do you expect me to go with, bro? He muttered under his breath, as though Roman was in the room with him. Look around. I am fucking alone. Don't go like this, Ree. Don't go alone. The temptation will be too strong. He choked out a laugh. That's really fucking easy for you to say, Robro. You still got somebody. I lost everybody. He scrubbed at his face to force the tears to stop. I don't even have you. He slammed his closet door shut and tore off his clothes, tugging on the leather pants and mesh shirt he pulled out of his closet. He went to the bathroom, tracing on eyeliner with a shaking hand and spiking up his hair. He yanked open his top dresser drawer and grabbed a handful of bracelets and spiked wristbands. His breath caught when his fingers brushed against the old sock that hid his small stash of emergency cash. His hands trembled as he pulled it out, and stared at the wad of 20s. Maybe just a little, just to get through the night. Not enough to fuck him up for days, just enough to shut off his brain. Just this one time. Still shaking, he carefully counted out 3 bills and pushed them into his pocket. He put the rest back and, after hesitating a moment, pulled 1 more 20 from the wad and pocketed that as well. As he shoved the drawer closed again, a piece of construction paper flew out and he stomped over to pick it up. Turning it over in his hands, he saw it was one of Jay's drawings, a new drawing, one he hadn't seen before. He brought it closer to the light and he sank to the floor, a sob bursting from his throat when he saw what Jay had drawn. In the center of the page was a little boy in a yellow t-shirt, nearly the same shade as the Ewok shirt Remus had just bought for him at that little shop on Canal Street. The boy had curls sticking out of his head and a pink scribble down on the left side of his face. He had one of those big sideways capital letter D smiles covering the lower half. On his left side, the boy was holding hands with a tall figure with neon green scribbles coming out of his head and a big green scribble over his smile. He was dressed in a green shirt and wore an apron. He had a stick in his hand. Remus squinted at it until he realized it was a spatula. On his other side, the boy was holding hands with a stick figure with black hair, big squares over his eyes. That figure wore a blue necktie. Remus stared at the drawing, scrubbing the tears from his face. Jay must have just drawn this. They'd bought the Ewok shirt on Saturday, just 2 days ago. 2 days, and this poor little boy's life had been turned upside down. He dragged his hand over his face, wiping away fresh tears. Remus looked down at the streak of eyeliner on his hand and stood up carefully, holding Jay's drawing by the edge so as to not wrinkle the paper or to get his smeared makeup on the picture. He walked out to the phone on the wall in the kitchen, slowly dialing the number by heart. It rang a few times before he got an answering machine. Logan's precise tone reciting the greeting, "You have reached the Sanders residence." Remus took a deep breath, waiting for the beep, and just let the words pour out of him. He had nothing left to lose. Maybe, just maybe, Logan would help him. Would help Jay. Hi, Mr. Sanders. It's me, Remus. I know, I'm not calling for me. I'm calling for your help with Jay. I need your help, please. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna stop by school tomorrow afternoon. I hope you'll see me. I hope... He sighed heavily. Fuck Hope. Hope hurts so much. Please. Remus hung up the phone, scrubbing another round of tears from his eyes, then picked it up again, calling an old familiar number. She answered on the 4th ring. Teresa, hi, it's me, Remus. He huffed out a small laugh that turned into a sob. Listen, do you have a minute? I could use your help with something. Logan stood in front of the answering machine, a towel wrapped around his waist. His wet hair dripped on another towel he'd hastily draped over his shoulders when he heard the machine beeping just as he turned off the shower. Rushing toward the machine, all he caught was Remus's whispered, please. He pressed the play button, listening to the message in its entirety. His heart seized when Remus's voice cracked in the recording. Finally, the message ended, Remus's final broken pleas echoing through the apartment. He was reaching for the phone to call Remus back when it rang again. Fumbling for the receiver, Logan rushed to answer. Hello, Remus? Patton sighed on the other line. No, it's me. Listen. I need to work late tonight. Don't worry, but, don't wait up. Pat, Logan's brow furrowed. Are you okay? You sound, yeah, I'm fine. I have some things to take care of here. You only work late when you have a Logan's eyes shot open. Remus's message echoed in his ears. I need your help with Jay. Pat, what have you done? I'm sorry. I had to, Lo. My supervisor... Logan slammed the phone down and raced to his room, throwing on the first shirt and pants his hands touched as he yanked open his dresser. On his way to the front door, he dragged his hands through his hair, slicking it back and away from his face, and pushed his arms through his jacket sleeves, his feet into his shoes. He grabbed his keys and his wallet and ran out the door, remembering just in time to lock it behind him. Remus sat at the kitchen table, the surface covered with papers. There was a yellow notepad where he scrawled Teresa's advice while they'd talk. There was Jay's latest report card, a few samples of his writing, the slips from his latest doctor's visit showing his growth over the past 6 months that he'd been with Remus. What still held Remus's attention, though, was Jay's drawing. He stared at it, gently rubbing his fingers over the crayon marks, touching a spot where Jay colored so vigorously he'd started to warp the paper. He looked up, frowning when the doorbell rang. Shaking his head, he put down Jay's drawing, slowly rising. He moved to the door and peered through the peephole. He pulled back and took a deep breath before pressing his forehead against the door, eyes squeezed shut. He took another breath and stood up straight, squaring his shoulders and pressing something approximating a smile onto his face. Remus opened the door. "Mr. Sanders, hello, Remus's voice cracked and he cleared his throat. "I just left you a message on your answering machine about 15 minutes ago. Logan nodded, still damp hair flopping in his face. He raked his hands through his hair, pushing it back. "I got your message, and I spoke to Patton." Remus looked more closely at Logan, noting his wet hair and flushed cheeks. His brow furrowed. "Is it raining?" The flush darkened over Logan's face, and he shook his head, touching his hair. "No, I was in the shower when you called. He looked down at his shoes. "I just came as soon as..." His voice died. "I can go. No, please. Come in. Come in. I'm sorry. I'm being rude." Remus opened the door all the way. "Please." Feeling the unseasonably chilled air pouring in from the hallway, Remus shivered. "You must be freezing. Can I get you some tea or coffee?" Logan opened his mouth, starting to shake his head, but his words were interrupted by a shudder. Remus raised an eyebrow as they locked the door. "Come on, in the kitchen with you. It's warmer in there, too." Logan smiled gratefully and followed. Logan looked at the papers strewn across the table as Remus started the kettle. He furrowed his brow, picking up Jay's report card, turning it over, and rereading his own comment on the back. "Jay is a delightful child, and it is gratifying to see him begin to come out of his shell. His improvement this quarter is a testament to both of your hard work." He looked up at Remus, only to see the taller man had been watching him. He looked away, putting down the report card. "You can apply to become an emergency foster placement." "Yeah, the social worker said that too." Remus turned to take down a box of tea. He fiddled with the flap on the box. "He said I'd need recommendations. Would you?" In a heartbeat. Remus nodded, pulling out 2 mugs and placing a tea bag in each. "I was planning to ask Jay's doctor, too." "I will speak with Principal Wilkes to get his recommendation as well." Remus looked up at Logan's words. "Higher-level recommendations can help." Remus pinched the bridge of his nose, breathing hard. He nodded a few times and finally croaked out a quiet, "Thank you." Logan's heart clenched as he looked at Remus's red-rimmed eyes and the constant flexing in his jaw. Logan's hands twitched at his side, and he took a step toward him just as the kettle started to whistle. Wordlessly, Remus poured the boiling water over the bag in each cup. He placed 1 cup on either side of the table and sat down. They sat across from each other, each cradling a steaming mug in their hands. Neither spoke for a long while. Logan took a careful sip, assessing the papers between them. Jay's drawing was partially obscured by an immunization report, and Logan tugged it out, noticing some improvement in his schematic realism. He sucked in a shaky breath when the full image was revealed, his eyes bouncing between the figures Jay had drawn. Finally, Remus broke the silence, tapping his fingers against the mug before tugging at his hair. "I have to get him back." Logan met his eyes. "I will do everything possible to help you." Nodding, Remus turned away, rubbing at his eyes with the heel of his hand. Logan looked down at the table. They sat quietly together for several more minutes before Logan asked, "Did Jay take his journal with him?" Brow furrowed, Remus shook his head. I don't know." He stood up and walked toward the living room bookcase where Jay ordinarily kept it with Remus's notebooks. Logan followed, entering just as Remus turned around, the tiny book in his hands. Remus cradled the book, opened to the first page, running his fingers over the carefully printed words, biting his lip as he closed the book and presented it to Logan. He folded his arms around himself and blew out a hard breath. Accepting the journal from Remus, he sat down on the couch, thumbing through the pages. Jay had already filled nearly the entire book with words and bits of sentences and little drawings. Logan grew very quiet. Remus gingerly sat down next to him, leaving space between them. Logan felt his eyes on him as he read through the little book. There were other tiny sketches of a little figure holding hands with one or two taller ones. Many were just the smaller figure with a green-haired one, some with just the bespectacled one. As the book progressed, more and more of the little pictures interspersed with Jay's printed words were of all three together. Logan closed the book, stroking the cover between his hands. "Remus, I need to apologize. I never should have withheld from you what I knew about the case. I should have told you what Patton told me. I should have told you." He let out a shaky breath when his voice failed, breathing in and out a few times until he could speak again. "I thought I had it under control. I thought I had made him understand how much Jay needed you, but all I did was keep you in the dark, and it left you unprepared." Remus sank back into the opposite corner of the couch, bringing up his knees close to his chest and wrapping his arms around them, listening. Logan shook his head. "Since I was a teenager, I have lived two lives, hiding half of me from the other. I became so accustomed to that duplicity that I didn't realize how much I was doing it with you." Remus sighed and hugged his legs closer to his chest. "I'm not mad at you, Logan." Remus's jaw trembled, his voice broken sounding. "I understand you were trying to help." Logan took another breath and held it for a moment before suddenly whispering, "And I lied to you." Remus stiffened and shifted in his seat, moving even further from Logan and facing him. "Yeah?" he frowned. "About what?" "I thought that if I proved to my brother that I was completely objective and was not allowing my personal attachment to you cloud my judgment, that he would listen to me when I told him it would be a mistake to remove Jay. So when you asked me if I..." He looked down at his hands, pressing his lips together. "If I loved you..." Logan fought to control his trembling hands, rubbing them back and forth on the legs of his pants. "I lied." Finally he turned to face Remus, and his breath caught in his throat at the pain and hope he saw swirling in Remus's bright green eyes. "The truth is," Logan shook his head, I can't stop thinking about you. Not since the first night I saw you sing at CBGBs. You're my first thought every morning, and my last thought as I fell asleep. Logan's voice broke, and he looked away. "And I can't stop thinking about the first night we kissed. I am so sorry I hurt you. I thought it was the only way for Jay to stay with you. I should have just told you the truth. Being here with you..." He shook his head again. "I can't pretend that this is just lust or infatuation. It is so much more, Remus. I love you." Remus sat very still, watching him. Finally he whispered, "Do you really mean that?" He held his breath, waiting for his response. Logan faced him, reaching for his hands and pulling him closer. "I do. I love you. The rest of his words were lost in the crush of their lips as their mouths, their bodies, and their hearts finally came together. Chapter 11. Home. Tuesday, March 13th, 1984. Instead of going home after school the next day, Logan returned to Remus's apartment. Remus had gotten home early from the Fist's Tuesday rehearsal. Whether from unresolved anger at his brother or residual guilt from punching him after their last concert, Roman would barely look at Remus. After quickly working through the newer songs for their set planned for Thursday's performance, Roman asked to wrap up early, complaining of a headache. Remus had been more than happy to oblige, uncertain how much longer he would be able to dodge Virgil and Hilly's questions about Jay and Logan's unexpected absence from their rehearsal. Logan and Remus ate dinner together, then worked through the remaining tasks on the checklist Remus had created with Teresa the night before. Remus had personally delivered his application to BCW that afternoon. He'd been in their main building only once before. It felt smaller now, but no more welcoming than it had when he had been 14. Patton had met him down in the lobby. Even after showing his identification and the completed foster application, the wizened security guard in the lobby had been reluctant to grant Remus access. "Well, now let's give Mr. Sanders a call up at his desk, all right?" The guard had eyed Remus carefully as he dialed, as though he half expected the man to make a mad dash for the elevator banks. Remus simply nodded and pictured Jay's face. "Yes, of course, sir." After about 20 minutes, Patton finally came downstairs. "Mr. Puños!" A small half-laugh escaped Patton's lips, though his face twitched. "I'm surprised you didn't just come up." Remus looked down at the scuffed floor of the lobby, hands in his pockets. His eye shifted over to the security guard as he shrugged slightly. "Ah, I see. I have the application." Remus held out the precious packet of documents. "And you should expect to hear from Jay's teacher, as well as the principal at the school. And there's a letter from Jay's doctor that he faxed over to me this morning as well." Patton nodded, accepting the documents. He opened the envelope and scanned the first page before flipping through to read the letter from the doctor. Remus now knew this wasn't the first time Patton had heard from Jay's doctor. When he'd called the doctor's office to request the recommendation letter, Dr. Hopkins had confessed to Remus that it had been his diagnosis of failure to thrive and the resulting report to BCW that had triggered their investigation in the first place. Remus sucked in a breath, suddenly realizing he'd stopped breathing. While waiting, Patton checked the application. "This looks complete, Mr. Puños." He tucked everything back inside the large envelope. "Based on an additional recommendation from Foundling to find Jay a placement in a non-group home setting as quickly as possible, I will seek to accelerate your application." "And what did the group home say about Jay?" Remus stepped forward, feeling the blood drain from his face. The security guard started to step around his little podium, and Patton waved him off. "Is he all right? Is he hurt?" "He's safe, Mr. Puños. However, I'm not at liberty to disclose anything else at this time." Patton stepped closer to Remus and lightly patted his upper arm. "I will call you tomorrow with an update on your application, all right?" Remus nodded, working to slow his breathing. "In the meantime, Patton sighed. "Just sit tight." Logan's task that day had gone similarly. After showing Jay's latest test scores to Principal Wilkes, he'd been able to convince the man to make a formal recommendation to BCW to approve Remus's application as an emergency foster placement. Later that afternoon, Logan had spent the better part of an hour on the phone, speaking first with the resident counselor and then the vice director of the preschool group at Foundling, describing the depth of Jay's progress while in Remus's care. With Remus's application successfully submitted, including the recommendations from Logan, Principal Wicks, and Jay's doctor, all that was left to do was wait. Watching Remus's knee bouncing as he fought to sit still, Logan moved to stand behind him, letting his hand rest gently on his shoulders. Remus tilted his head back against Logan's stomach, eyes closed as he reached up to hold his hand. Logan leaned closer, kissing his cheek. "Would you perhaps be more comfortable sitting together on the couch?" Remus nodded, and Logan watched as his mustache twitched and his Adam's apple bobbed. He moved carefully like a coiled spring. In the quiet living room, they sat down together, and a thick silence fell between them. Remus sat on the edge of the couch seat, knees still bouncing, as he cracked his knuckles. Logan sat next to him for a few moments, battered by the waves of worry pouring off of him. Finally, Logan scooched back into the corner of the couch, then reached for Remus's shoulders, pulling him closer and laying him down, setting his head in his lap. Remus let out a shorter sigh, turning to rest his cheek against Logan's thigh and tucking his legs up on the couch. He traced little circles on Logan's knee, opening and closing his mouth several times before finally voicing what had hung between them all evening. "So, how was Jay in class today?" Remus's voice shook, and his breaths were stuttered. "How did he seem to you?" Logan pursed his lips, stroking Remus's hair. "He seemed cared for. He was clean. Perhaps a little more tired than I've seen him lately, but—" Remus pressed his lips together, rhythmically tightening then loosening his grip on Logan's knee. When he came into the classroom in the morning, he had the little apple they gave the students with school breakfast, so I believe he ate breakfast at school as well. Logan rubbed Remus's shoulder with his other hand. But how did he seem? Logan paused, biting at his lip. Well... He took a deep breath, and Remus turned in his lap to face him. Logan looked down at Remus, choosing his words carefully. Jay wouldn't eat lunch in the cafeteria. When I brought down the class, he rushed ahead and got his tray, and then stuck close to me until it was time for me to go back to the classroom while the students ate. Logan omitted the sharp words he'd exchanged with the lunchroom supervisor when the man had tried to force Jay to remain in the cafeteria, or the way Jay had watched Logan throughout the day, never giving more than a few feet from him at any moment. I sat with Jay in the classroom while he finished his lunch, and he stayed inside for recess, coloring. Logan swallowed hard against the lump in his throat when he remembered the drawing Jay had created, his ordinarily happy little figures hanging from a giant toothy maw. Then, after school, someone from Foundling came to pick him up. Logan gently drew his hand through Remus's hair, rubbing at his scalp with the pads of his fingers, pressing a smile into his face. Logan pushed down his memory of the way Jay had cried and clung to his leg after school when he saw, not Remus, as the boy must have been silently hoping, but instead the counselor from Foundling, who'd come to pick him up. Is he... Remus's jaw trembled, and he blew out a sharp breath. Is he with the elementary-aged kids, or... Logan smiled sadly. He's in the preschool group. Only the director and the counselor know his real age. Remus nodded, lips pressed together tightly. They sat together quietly for a long time. Logan continued to stroke Remus's hair, gently wiping away the few tears that escaped down his cheek. Remus's shoulders started to shake. Finally he whispered to Logan, Will you hold me? Nodding, Logan shifted his body as Remus sat up, then pulled him back down against his chest, wrapping his arms tightly around his body. Logan pressed gentle kisses into Remus's hair, rocking him as he cried. The following evening, Remus unlocked the front door, both hands carrying several key food grocery bags. He held the door open behind him, letting in a similarly laden Logan. Thank you. You really didn't have to do this. Patton had called Remus late that afternoon. Mr. Puños? Gripping the phone with shaking hands, Remus had held his breath, heart pounding, and it had taken every stitch of self-control to try not to overinterpret anything from Patton's generally positive tone of voice. Mr. Puños, do you plan to be home this evening? Yes, I'll be here, unless you need me somewhere else. Remus crushed his eyes shut, forcing himself to slowly inhale. For whatever it is, just give me a time and place, and I'll be there, Mr. Sanders. A judge just approved your application, Mr. Puños. The group home's efforts to move it forward. Remus leaned back against the wall, tears of relief falling down his face. He sucked in a breath, trying to listen to the rest of Patton's explanation. Just some final documentation. I can bring Jay to your apartment by around 7 tonight. I will need you to sign some papers, but I'll be here. Remus repeated breathlessly. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Thank you, Mr. Puños, for your cooperation. See you at 7. As soon as Patton ended the call, Remus tried Logan's number at home. He hung up when he got the machine. Remus checked the time on the coffee maker, and he chewed his lower lip. 4:01. Logan was probably already on his way. Okay. Jay will be here in 3 hours. A sob forced its way past his lips, and he slapped his hand over his mouth. But will he really? What if the judge reads my foster care records and changes his mind? When he'd first started at the Voice, Teresa had helped him get a copy of his records, and Remus had read his old group home's evaluation of him. Runaway, corrupting influence, addict, deviant, moral degenerate. Remus shook his head and sucked in a breath, counting in for 4, holding for 4, then exhaling for 4. No, Mr. Sanders wouldn't have called if there was any doubt. The sudden ring of the doorbell finally ripped Remus from his spiral. He checked the clock again, 4:19. Racing to the door, Remus peeked through the peephole and grinned, crying out before he even finished opening the door. "Logan! Logan, your brother called. He's bringing Jay tonight." Logan's jaw dropped, an open-mouthed smile spreading across his face. "He called you?" Remus's voice failed, and he just nodded, pulling Logan inside the apartment and into his arms, letting the door close behind him. "Oh, love," Logan whispered, squeezing him tight, and Remus melted into his embrace for a few moments. He suddenly lifted his head. "I should get some stuff at Key Foods. I don't know if he'll have had dinner yet. I should have asked." Remus broke away and started putting on his boots. "We're out of tater tots, and I want to get some chocolate milk, and Jay just tried kiwis for the first time and liked them," and, grinning broadly, Logan had opened the door, then had followed Remus back into the hall. "It sounds as though you could use a hand, then." An excited laugh had spilled through Remus's lips as he locked the door and given Logan's hand a quick squeeze. "Of course I didn't have to. I wanted to." Logan smiled as he put down his bags and then took Remus's, placing them on the floor near the kitchen. Remus began to protest, but Logan reached up, cradling his face with both hands. "It was cold out on the way back. The groceries can safely sit for a moment." Logan pressed a long kiss against his mouth, feeling a small laugh budding in his chest from the tickle of Remus's mustache against his upper lip. "Remus, I'm happy to help you in any way I can." Logan leaned forward, hands reaching back to thread behind Remus's neck, tugging him down for a deeper kiss. He smiled, murmuring against his lips, "And not just because I can do this now." When they came up for air, Remus tilted his head forward and pressed his forehead against Logan's. "Thank you," he whispered. Humming as he kissed Remus one more time, Logan took his hand and turned toward the mass of bags they'd left near the kitchen. "I will help you get these put away and then head out." Heaving up the bags containing milk and cheese, Logan brought them to the tiny counter next to the refrigerator, plucking out cold items first. "It would be good to give the two of you time together." Remus's face crumpled for a moment, but then smoothed. "Are you sure?" Nodding firmly, Logan set aside a small stack of tuna cans, uncovering a box of frozen spinach. "And you're not just avoiding your brother?" Remus asked quietly, setting down more bags on the kitchen table. Chuckling, Logan shook his head. "No, we have a planned discussion tonight." "You scheduled an argument?" "Argument is a strong word, but," Logan shrugged, joining Remus to the empty bag covering the table, "it would not be entirely inaccurate." When the last of the groceries were nearly put away, Remus convinced Logan to stay for just another few minutes while he started dinner. "How can I help?" Logan asked. Remus looked up as he finished drying his freshly washed hands. Grinning, he took each of Logan's hands, gently moving the man to stand behind him. Remus then wrapped Logan's arms around his own waist. Logan chuckled, holding him from behind as Remus sprinkled pepper and salt on the chicken pieces he was preparing to put in the oven. "Not that I mind, but will this really help you prepare dinner?" Closing his eyes briefly and nodding as he let out a soft sigh, Remus hummed, "Mm-hmm. You have no idea how much." After a few minutes, Remus patted Logan's arm and stepped back to add the tray of chicken to the oven. He then turned to Logan's arms, facing him. "Thank you for everything tonight, and for the last few days. I don't think I could have managed without you." Remus's voice cracked, and he tilted his head forward, leaning against Logan's. Logan carded his fingers through Remus's hair. "You are stronger than you realize. I know you would have managed." Smiling, Logan met his eyes. "But I'm glad you didn't have to," he whispered before kissing him softly. Glancing at the clock, Logan swore under his breath. "I do not wish to leave, but—" Remus nodded, closing his eyes as Logan pressed one last kiss against his mouth. Remus walked Logan to the door, feeling a dull ache in his chest at the realization that they would spend the night apart. "Will you call tonight, after you talk with your brother?" "You can count on it, love." Remus checked the time on the coffee maker for the 7th time in the past 5 minutes. 6:53. He took a deep breath, and looked around the kitchen, checking for the fuck knew how many times that everything was ready. The table was set, dinner was cooked and covered in foil in the oven on low to stay warm. He'd already reorganized the fruit in the fruit bowl 3 different times, first sorting by color, then arranging the pieces in a kaleidoscope of different colors, then going back to sorting by color and type. Remus had displayed and taken down Jay's latest drawing at least 4 separate times before finally leaving it up, carefully setting it just above Jay's eye level so he'd be sure to notice that Remus had found it. Making himself wait until he'd counted to 10, he checked the clock again. 6:54. Fuck. Bending down and crouching on the floor, he gripped his hair, tugging just hard enough to make himself wince. Remus was convinced the waiting was actually going to kill him when suddenly there were 4 sharp knocks at the door. He jumped to his feet and raced to the door, taking a microsecond to peer through the peephole just before flinging it open. "Jay!" Remus's voice came out as a sob, and he dropped to his knees, arms opening just in time for the boy to throw himself at his chest. Jay wrapped his little arms around his neck, bearing his face against his shoulder. Soon Remus's shoulder was wet from the little boy's tears, and he realized his own crying was similarly seeping into the corduroy of Jay's jacket. "I missed you, Jay," he whispered into his hair. So much, buddy." His little arms just tightened as Remus rocked him back and forth, one arm wrapped around his back, the other gently cradling the back of his head, ruffling his hair. After a few minutes, Remus stood, still holding him close. He wasn't sure what it would take to get the boy to let go of him, but he was in no rush to even try. Finally, Remus looked up at Patton, who'd been standing silently in the hall, a large file tucked under one arm, Jay's backpack slung over his other shoulder. Remus was surprised to see tears in the social worker's eyes. "Will you come in, Mr. Sanders?" Nodding and pulling a tissue from his pocket, Patton wiped his eyes and stepped inside, murmuring in a rough voice, "Thank you, Mr. Puños." They walked into the kitchen, Jay peeking at Patton over Remus's shoulder, fingers tightly gripping on the back of Remus's shirt. The boy stiffened as Remus shifted him to one arm. "It's okay, Jay. It's okay. Just needed my arm to open the oven." He smiled. "Can you smell what's for dinner?" Jay's stomach rumbled in response as he nodded. Remus frowned briefly, then pushed a little smile on his face. "Let me get your plate, okay?" He plucked the plate from Jay's usual spot and set it on the counter next to the stove, piling on tater tots, chicken, and green beans. When Jay's stomach audibly grumbled once again, Remus caught Patton's eyes, glaring sharply. He softened his gaze when he turned to ask Jay, "I guess you haven't eaten much today, huh?" Jay looked away and tucked his head against Remus's neck in response. "The counselor told me that Jay didn't eat much at dinner last night, and—" Patton shifted the folder from one arm to the other, looking down at the floor. "And he refused to come down at dinner time tonight." Remus clenched his jaw as he stared at Patton, breathing hard through his nose. He closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Later. He relaxed his jaw and smiled at Jay. "It's a good thing we've got plenty here then, yeah?" Meeting his eyes, Jay's mouth upturned slightly as he nodded. Kissing his forehead, Remus's voice cracked as he murmured, "Yeah." He set Jay's plate down on the table and poured him a large glass of chocolate milk. "Do you want to sit down to eat?" Jay looked at his chair, then at Patton, and shook his head, grip tightening on Remus's shirt. "Do you want me to sit with you?" He nodded quickly, eyes fixed on Patton. "Okay, no problem. I need to sign some papers for Mr. Sanders." Remus glanced over at Patton. "So how about we all sit down and you can eat while I sign, okay?" Patton used the chair furthest from Jay, while Remus got him situated in his lap so he could reach the plate and his milk. Jay continued to cling to Remus, his tiny hand darting out quickly to snatch a few tater tots from his plate. "There aren't many forms I need, Mr. Puños, to sign, Jay," Patton said quietly, "and then I'll go." Jay frowned at Patton, but nodded as he took another bite of his food. Patton opened his folder, taking out a small stack of carbon copy forms. "Just at the bottom of each of these, please, Mr. Puños." Remus read quickly as he signed. Jay gradually relaxed in his arms enough to turn and face the table completely, drinking his milk and having 2 pieces of chicken. Remus had gotten through most of the papers by the time Jay wiped his mouth with his napkin and again settled against his chest, watching Patton. After he signed the last form, Patton tucked everything back into the large folder and stood. He tilted his chin toward Jay's slowly dipping head as he lulled drowsily against Remus's shoulder. "I can let myself out, Mr. Puños," he said quietly. Remus smiled as he looked down at Jay's sleepy little face. "Thanks." Patton was turning to leave when he spotted Jay's new drawing on the refrigerator. He looked at it closely, head tilted. "Did Jay draw this?" he asked Remus, eyes fixed on the picture. Jay was drifting off to sleep in his arms. Remus nodded, his voice just barely above a whisper. "Jay really likes to draw." Patton stared at the picture, a shaky smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Jay, nearly asleep, head resting against Remus's chest, fingers tangled in his shirt. He nodded as he looked back at the drawing. Patton chuckled, "I recognize the tie." The following Tuesday, Remus, Logan, and Jay walked together into CBGBs for the Fists rehearsal. "Hey!" Hilly looked up from where he sat surrounded by booking calendars and flyers and called out when he saw the trio. "We missed you 2 last week. Good to see you." Logan nodded and smiled while Jay gave Hilly a little wave as they made their way over to Jay's usual table. Remus swallowed hard against the growing lump in his throat as he recalled just how empty their little corner had looked last week. He looked up as Virgil and Roman approached. Giving a little high five to Jay, Virgil looked at Logan. "So where were you 2 last week?" Logan peered at Remus, frowning. He raised an eyebrow, the question clear. "You didn't tell them what happened?" Virgil looked carefully between the two, narrowing his eyes. Remus gave all of his attention to his bag, sifting through it and pulling out Jay's headphones, a large box of crayons, and a stack of construction paper. Resolve withering under Virgil's unrelenting glare, Remus stalled, muttering a quick, "Well," while rubbing at the back of his neck. He exchanged a look with Logan, who simply smiled and kissed his cheek before sitting down with Jay and helping him adjust the headphones. Logan studiously avoided the pair's eyes as Virgil and Roman grinned at each other. He glanced at Remus, his smile quickly growing into an amused smirk. "Jay and I are fine here. Please do not let us impede on your limited rehearsal time." Remus stood awkwardly for a moment until Logan winked at him before giving his attention back to Jay. Remus cringed at Virgil and Roman's expectant expressions. "Can we rehearse first and then get into it?" Roman started to shake his head, but before he could speak, Virgil rubbed his arm and nodded at Remus. "Sure, man. Let's go." After several songs, they took a short break, gathered around Virgil's drum set as he made a few adjustments. Remus stood with his hands in his pockets, glancing up from time to time at Logan and Jay as they sat at their table. "So, last week a social worker," he shook his head, waving away the rest of that part of the story, "took Jay for a couple of days and put him in a group home while they processed my paperwork to be an official emergency foster placement." Remus's voice cracked, and he drained the last of his water. Virgil's eyes ballooned. "What? That's why you weren't here last week?" Remus nodded, an echo of last week's ache blooming again under his breastbone. Virgil lightly shoved his shoulder. "What the fuck, man?" He stared at Remus, shaking his head. "Why didn't you tell us? We could have, I don't know, helped or something, man?" Remus shrugged, glancing briefly at Roman, then looking away. "It just didn't seem like the time to..." Shoulders slumped, Roman mumbled. "You mean you didn't feel like baring your soul to the guy who just punched you?" "Well," Remus muttered, "things were getting kinda strained between us, you know?" Virgil met Roman's eyes and stepped closer to rub his back. Yeah, I know they have," Roman said quietly. Remus looked closely at his brother, suddenly noticing how his hands shook and that he had dark shadows peeking through the cover-up under his eyes. Virgil whispered something in Roman's ear, then jumped down from the stage and headed to the bar with Roman's empty water glass. "Yeah, I've been working on not making it worse." "You want to talk about it?" Remus put his hands in his pockets. "Yeah, but maybe later. I need to... later, I promise." Roman looked down. I'm sorry I swung at you, Ree. Being drunk is no excuse, and You looked like Dad." Even as the whispered words spilled out of his mouth, Remus fought and failed to pull them back. Instead, they hung in the air between the brothers, almost palpable. Finally, Roman muttered, "Yeah, I know. Virgil said the same thing when we got home." He shifted his arms, first putting his hand on his hips, then crossing them before finally squeezing his hands into the pockets of his tight leather pants. "I'm really glad you got Jay back. Roman breathed hard through his nose, looking away. Remus gently bumped their shoulders together, shaking his head. "Later, Robro. It's okay." "Can I hug you, at least? Remus laughed, plowing into his brother, squeezing him in a bear hug. "No." "Oh, okay. As long as that's clear." Roman chuckled, squeezing him back. Virgil appeared with 2 glasses of ice water, handing them to the brothers. "So, when were you planning on telling us you and Teach were finally you and Teach?" Remus shook his head, a light blush dusting his cheeks. I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, okay. I'll just ask him then. Hey, Lo!" Roman began to walk to the edge of the stage, yanking on the back of his collar, a broad smile softening his words. "Don't you fucking dare!" Roman laughed and remained on stage. "Don't we have another song to rehearse?" Chapter 12. The Good Thing. Friday, May 19th, 1984. It was a quiet Friday morning in May, and Logan had woken early. He'd finished his 4th cup of coffee by the time Patton stumbled into the kitchen, hunting for breakfast. Logan nudged him to the table and sat in front of him a mug of light and sweet coffee and a plate of eggs, whole wheat toast, and fruit. "Wow, Lo, this feels like my birthday." Patton looked up at his brother, a brittle smile pulling at his cheeks. "Thanks. I really needed this. I've got a long day full of home visits ahead of me." Logan settled into the seat across from him, hands wrapped around yet another cup of coffee. He was already a quarter of the way through that morning's 2nd pot. He nodded. "You seemed particularly distracted when you came home from work last night." Patton stabbed a fork full of eggs and popped them in his mouth. "Yeah," he mumbled, after he'd swallowed and sipped some of his coffee. "I had a review of my open cases with my supervisor." He took another few bites of his eggs, while Logan watched him over the lip of his own coffee mug. "My supervisor wants me to close out half my cases." Patton gulped at his coffee, then stared into the half-empty cup before he added, "including Jay's." Logan nodded once, his fears confirmed. Patton could barely look him in the eye last night when Logan had gotten back from watching Jay. Instead, Patton had taken his case files to his room, claiming the need to call it a night, but he hadn't gone to bed. Instead, Logan had heard him pacing in his room well past 1 o'clock in the morning, when the teacher had finally fallen asleep. Judging by the deep shadows under Patton's eyes, he'd stayed up even later than that. Logan slowly sipped at his coffee, looking down into the dark liquid swishing in his mug. "And what precisely would closing out Jay's case entail?" Patton leaned forward, dragging a hand through his hair as he finished the last of his eggs. "My supervisor wants me to support the mother's request for a TPR, a termination of parental rights. Miss Henny, she was admitted to a treatment facility out west, but the court won't release her while she has parental responsibilities here in New York." Patton's lips turned down, looking like he'd eaten something sour. "Her 18B lawyer is all for it." He shook his head. "I can't believe any parent would agree to that, but she has hardly served as a model for Parent of the Year, has she?" Patton shrugged, cutting the crust off his toast. Logan bit the inside of his cheek, giving Patton time to say more, to tell him what he wanted to know so he wouldn't have to ask. At Patton's continued silence, Logan finally murmured, still staring down into his now empty coffee cup, "And what would that mean for Jay's current foster placement?" Patton didn't answer at first, and instead took one bite of his breakfast and stood to clear his plate. He faced the sink, silently rinsing his dishes. He turned off the water and sighed before replying, "I need to find him a permanent foster placement. Jay's young. He needs a home with the potential for adoption. It won't be easy, though. Pre-adoptive placements for kids with disabilities." Without needing to look, Patton raised a hand to interrupt Logan's correction before he could begin. "Kids with perceived disabilities are hard to come by." He hung his head as he slowly dried his hands, and when he spoke, his voice was low. "Another group home may be the only option." Logan didn't even try to soften the razor edge of his voice. "And in what way is his current placement inadequate?" "Lo," Patton sighed, turning around and leaning against the sink. "I know how much you care about all of your students, and this kiddo in particular. It's just, I'm not going to be able to get my supervisor to sign off on a," Patton lowered his voice to a whisper, "homosexual, to be a permanent foster home for a 7-year-old boy." "Patton," Logan growled through his clenched teeth, "that is the most closed-minded, bigoted bullshit I've ever heard you say." "I'm not saying I think it's right." Folding his arms in front of his chest, Patton turned away, shaking his head. "I'm just trying to be realistic. The Bureau will want him in a stable home with a mother and a father." "Pat, you and I both know that the presence of a husband and a wife in a home does absolutely nothing to guarantee the safety and well-being of the children within." Logan glared at Patton, hands still shaking. "It certainly did not keep us safe." "You think I don't know that?" Patton cried, hugging his arms against himself, tears filling his eyes as his jaw trembled. Logan frowned, looking down at the floor before stepping closer to Patton and pulling him into a hug, rubbing his back. Patton stiffened at first, but soon melted into the familiar security of his older brother's arms. Logan squeezed him tighter, whispering, "I'm sorry, Pat." "It's okay. I know you weren't trying to dredge up old memories. It's..." He sniffled, sighing against his brother's shoulders. "It's just hard. Sometimes in this job, you know?" Logan nodded, resting his cheek on his little brother's head. "It's why I do it, though. I want to make sure other kids don't have to go through what we did." Logan hummed, quickly wiping away a tear from his own eye, disguising it behind adjusting his glasses. After a few minutes, Patton started to fidget, and Logan released him. Logan sat back down, wordlessly thumbing through one corner of the files on the kitchen table. His hand froze, and he looked up at Patton. "What about single fathers? Does your supervisor feel the same way about them?" "Well," Patton's brow furrowed, "releasing Jay to his father would be different, but we'd first have to identify and then locate him, and the mother herself says she isn't sure." "How would you go about establishing paternity, if his father were to be identified?" Patton shrugged. "We use a standardized blood type test and his mother's statement." Slowly nodding his head, Logan hummed in response. "And then you present the lab results in court?" He sighed heavily, shaking his head. "We don't have the budget to pay an expert witness for such basic results, so the social worker just signs an affidavit based on the lab results." Logan rested his hand on the tall stack of files and stared at his brother, one eyebrow slightly higher than the other. You're not suggesting..." "You are correct, Patton. I am not suggesting you do anything. I am merely asking questions." His eyes never left Patton's face. "What would be the recommended course of action for someone who believed he was the father's child?" Patton gnawed at his lip, briefly meeting Logan's eyes. He looked back down at the case file in front of him, the small Polaroid of Jay staring back at him with those haunted eyes. He'd taken the picture himself the night he went to pick up Jay from Mr. Puños' apartment. The boy hadn't cried or screamed or fought to stay. He just stood behind Puños, watching with those big eyes, looking almost resigned to leave. He'd hugged Puños for a long time, until finally the man had stood up and placed the boy's hand in Patten's. I suppose that if someone believed he was the boy's father, he could contact me, and I can arrange for a blood test. I would also need to speak with the boy's mother in jail to confirm his suspicions. He looked up at his brother. I imagine Miss Henny would feel a bit better about her decision to relinquish parental rights if she knew Jay was going to be with his father. Suppose you already had a blood test drawn, and it indicated paternity. Logan stared into Patten's eyes. Well, that would make things easier, wouldn't it? Yes, I suppose it would. Patten stared at Logan for a few moments. Thank you for breakfast, though. I should head into the office. I have a few calls to make and a site visit at Rikers to fit in, so I should probably get ready. I hope breakfast helped make your day a little bit easier. I should be going as well. Logan stood, taking his empty coffee cup to the sink and turning off the coffee pot. He quickly gathered his bag, wallet, and keys, and slipped through the door, giving his brother one last nod before he did. Patten nodded and gave him a little wave as he left, then opened up the file on the top of the stack. Patten held Jay's picture as he reached for the phone on the wall, calling his supervisor, hoping to leave a message on her voicemail. Instead, she answered on the second ring. Oh, hi there, Bridget. I, wanted to start your day with good news. It's about the Henny case. Patten winced. Yes, well, I had that babysitter take a blood test. Patten closed his eyes as he nodded, humming in response to his supervisor's warning about wasting agency resources. Well, the, mother suggested it, actually. It turns out that he's the biological father. It's why she left the boy with him before she... He swallowed, looking down at the picture of Jay as he listened to his supervisor's reaction. Yeah, I think we might have a real success story. Logan stood outside the school in the bright morning light. The city around him was relaxed into those brief few weeks of near summer, just before the oppressive heat started, choking the city until the end of September. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on the warmth of the paper coffee cup in his hands, the gentle heat of the sun, and then excited children's voices around him, pushing away the barbed lump of lead in his chest. A student called his name as they walked through the gates, and he turned to smile, nodding in response when a tiny figure suddenly plowed into his leg, nearly knocking him into the gate. He looked down to see Jay's bright smile shining back at him. Well, good morning, Jay. It is a pleasure to see you. Logan's smile matched Jay's as the boy stepped back, looking over his shoulder to see that Remus had caught up to him. I can't even imagine running toward school at this age, Remus laughed. He kept a tiny bit of distance between himself and Logan, feeling a buzz in the air between them. He gestured quickly in Logan's direction. I can't say I blame him, though. Logan's lips twitched in a warm smile for Remus as he cleared his throat and met his eyes. Good morning, Mr. Puños. Good morning, Teach. Logan chuckled and handed him one of the coffees. Remus smiled in surprise but took a sip as Logan looked down at Jay again. Jay, please go wait at our class lineup spot and I will join you all shortly. Jay peered closely into his teacher's eyes, a tiny wrinkle pressed between his eyebrows. Whatever he found behind Logan's eyes seemed to reassure him, and his brow smoothed as he nodded, turning to hug Remus and waving at both of them. Logan and Remus watched him walk through the gate and toward the class lineup area on the blacktop. Just before they lost sight of him in the crowd of students, they saw another little child race to catch up with him, calling out his name. He turned and smiled when he saw the little girl, and they continued toward their line. Remus's voice cracked as he asked Logan, Does he have a friend? Logan was smiling broadly. I did not want to say anything in case it was just a non-event, but yes, yesterday they colored together and shared responsibility of passing out pencils. He smiled, watching until he could no longer spot their little heads in the crowd. Shaking himself, Remus turned to Logan. I'm guessing that's not why you met us here, though. That is correct. Logan took a deep breath and adjusted his glasses. I do not wish to alarm you, but we have Something important to discuss that could not wait until this evening. Something about Jay. Remus crossed his arms, bracing himself. Okay. Rip it off like a Band-Aid. Looking around at how near they were to the gate, Logan gestured with his chin further down the sidewalk, and they walked together, close enough to hear each other's lowered voices, distant enough to not appear like anything more than a parent and a teacher. Nodding brusquely, Logan began. There have been some developments in Jay's foster care case, and I have done something rash. Remus's eyes narrowed as he listened. Logan let out a slow breath. I know you love Jay, and have gone to great lengths to ensure his well-being. I would do anything for him. Logan met his eyes. I'm glad you said that, because you may have to. Holy fuck, Remus breathed, leaning back against the rusted wrought iron fence surrounding the school. Logan watched as he took a long swig of his coffee. If this is too much to ask, do you think it'll work? Remus interrupted. The icy rock that had settled in the pit of Logan's stomach since that morning's discussion with Patton melted away. He smiled softly and nodded. I've been doing some reading, and, apparently, most of New York's paternity laws appear designed to attempt to prevent fathers from denying paternity once established. He shrugged. The great wisdom of our legislature could not envision a man actually wanting the responsibility of caring for a child. I think the bigger question is, though, do you want this? I was in foster care when I was a teenager. Remus's eyes grew dark as he shook his head. I love Jay. I don't want that life for him. His voice cracked and he stood a little straighter, rubbing a harsh hand over his mouth, jaw clenched tight. Logan's hand twitched with the effort of stopping himself from pulling Remus into his arms right there in front of the school. He met Remus's eyes, and his own message echoed back at him tonight. So you will likely hear from Patton by midday today. Logan looked toward the gate, the flow of students noticeably thinner. He pulled a folded piece of paper from his inner jacket pocket. Here is a list of the next steps. Patton has an answering machine on his phone at work. Call him if you do not hear from him. Remus looked down at the paper. Okay, He looked up at Logan, smiling with tears in his eyes. Will you still come over tonight? Maybe for dinner? I would like that. Eyes darting back to the school, Logan sighed. I need to go. He met Remus's eyes again. Remus nodded, smiling. Me too. He raised his cup in salute. Thank you, Mr. Sanders, for the coffee and for... He waved his hand around him. Heart beating just a little faster from the warmth in Remus's eyes, Logan murmured, It is my pleasure, Mr. Puños, before turning and racing back toward the gate. Remus had just pulled the tray of lasagna from the oven when the doorbell rang. He wiped his brow. June had kicked off with a bang, and the heat of the day combined with the heat of the oven to turn the kitchen just a tad too toasty. Remus opened the kitchen window wide as Jay sat down the last fork in his hand and then ran to the door, bouncing on the balls of his feet as he waited for Remus to check the peephole. Glancing down at the boy, Remus grinned broadly and whispered, He's here! Jay ducked under Remus's outstretched arm as he opened the door, rushing in to be the first to greet Logan in the doorway. Well, good evening, Jay. Hugging his leg tightly, Jay let out a small laugh as Logan ruffled his hair. Please come in, Remus murmured, closing the door, then brushing a soft kiss against Logan's lips before Jay pulled him into the kitchen and toward the table. I hope you're hungry, Remus chuckled and kissed him again when Logan's face flushed slightly. I meant for the lasagna, Teach. Once they settled around the table, Logan nodded a quick thanks as Remus passed him the salad bowl, then scooped some onto Jay's plate. I found out this afternoon that a spot opened up in the summer program at school. Oh, that's great. Are you still running the K to second grade group? Logan smiled. That's how I found out. What do you think, Jay? Would you like that? It's a lot like your after-school program now, but with Mr. Sanders instead of Miss Kate. Jay's eyes grew wide, and he nodded rapidly. Remus turned again to Logan. What can we do to hold a place for him? Logan grinned and took a sip of his water glass. Remus laughed.
You already got him on the list, haven't you?
He shrugged. Not permanently. I did not want to lose the spot before I could check with you. It would have been a simple matter to take him off the list if either of you were not interested.
It helps to have a man on the inside, huh?
I suppose so. Logan took a quick bite of the lasagna and smiled. Oh, this is quite good. Remus grinned and winked at Jay.
I had an excellent assistant chef.
Job well done, gentlemen. They ate together in a pleasant silence for a few minutes before Logan cleared his throat. I have some other news. Good news. Well, I hope. Remus reached across the table and smiled as he stroked Logan's hand.
What's the news?
I was speaking with my neighbor, and the apartment downstairs from mine is becoming available. It is precisely the same layout, 2-bedroom, eat-in kitchen, sufficient closet space. It is rent-controlled, and my neighbor has been there for 20 years, so the rent is quite reasonable.
Wow.
Remus blinked, nearly speechless. That would be... If it would be too awkward. Shaking his head and laughing, Remus interrupted.
I was gonna say that would be amazing.
Logan smiled. I can introduce you to the landlord tomorrow if you'd like. Remus and Logan had just finished cleaning up after dinner when Jay bounded into the kitchen wearing his new pajamas, hugging Grover and a small stack of books close to his chest. Remus grinned.
Ready for bed?
Jay nodded and presented the books to Remus. He smiled, eyebrow raised.
Teeth brushed?
Laughing, Jay opened wide, showing off his freshly scrubbed teeth and the small space from the baby tooth he'd lost earlier in the week.
It's story time then.
Jay turned to Logan and hugged his leg, then grabbed Remus's hand, pulling him toward the other room. Logan followed them, but paused near the front door as he reached for his blazer. Remus caught his eye.
Oh, you don't have to. Can you stay a little longer?
He smiled at Remus. Happily. Logan waved goodnight to Jay, then plucked a book from Remus's shelf and sat down on the couch to read while he waited for Remus to settle Jay into bed. Engrossed in his reading, he was surprised by Remus's low murmur sometime later.
There's nothing hotter than a man reading poetry.
Logan blushed, adjusting his glasses. I believe that statement to be rather exaggerative. Laughing quietly, Remus pulled out his journal and a pen.
Do you mind if I just jot something down and get it out of...
He waved his hand around his head, waggling his eyebrows. Of course not. Remus settled next to Logan on the couch, leaning against his side. He sighed contentedly as Logan wrapped one arm around him. Logan stroked Remus's arm with his thumb as he watched him write. After a few minutes, he tilted his chin toward the journal. There is nothing hotter than a man writing poetry. It was Remus's turn to blush as he cranked his neck, capturing Logan's mouth in a slow kiss. After a few minutes, Remus suddenly broke away, exclaiming and writing furiously in his book. Logan grinned, adjusting his arm as Remus shifted. He leaned back against Logan's chest and tucked up his knees to support the journal as his pen flew across the page. After several minutes of writing, Remus's pen slowed and he tapped the edge of the book.
Logan,
Remus traced the veins on the back of Logan's hand.
Did I do the right thing? You know, it is actually impossible for me to have fathered, well, anyone. I've never...
Logan nodded and closed his book, placing it in his lap. He stroked Remus's hair and hummed. From the bits that you've shared with me, I feel confident saying that you and I both know all too well that there are far more important parts to being a good father than simply proving DNA. Remus hugged Logan's other arm against his chest.
I just want what's best for him, he whispered. That's all I want. If there was a chance that he'd have a better life with some other family...
He winced.
I mean, I'd hate it, but...
Remus, you should know that Jay was not doing well at the group home. Remus shot up and stared at Logan, hands flexing at his sides. Logan quickly assured him, no one hurt him, nothing like that. They did everything they could to care for him. Remus relaxed slightly, leaning against his side again. Logan took a deep breath and resumed stroking Remus's hair. After the first day, when the counselor from Foundling picked him up from school, Jay was inconsolable. He wouldn't eat,
They don't believe he slept. Logan sighed. Based on his behavior in class, that would be my assumption as well. How could they let him not? Remus had to fight to keep his voice low. They did all they could. Jay wouldn't allow anyone near him until he saw the van that took the children to school. Logan worked to steady his own breathing as he thought about Jay's devastated expression the second day when he still did not see Remus after school. The team at Foundling fully supported reuniting Jay to you. The director told me he personally phoned the judge to expedite the paperwork to let Jay come home. Logan leaned over and kissed the side of Remus's head, gently stroking Remus's face and encouraging him to settle back against his chest. Every person who has gotten to know you and Jay has seen that he needs you. Logan met his eyes and smiled when Remus's furrowed brow finally began to relax. The way you care for him matters more than biology. Only a broken system would refuse to reorganize and support that. This is the right thing to do. Remus nodded and laced his fingers together with Logan's. He kissed his knuckles, then sighed as he hugged Logan's hand against his chest. Logan watched as Remus's breathing gradually slowed and his eyelids started to fall. Smiling, Logan opened his book and continued to read. Less than an hour later, Jay quietly padded into the living room. Logan looked up and whispered, "Oh, Jay, did you have a nightmare?" Jay shook his head as he stepped closer to the couch. He stood in front of them, a small smile brightening his face as he watched Remus sleep. He must be tired. Shall we let him sleep? Jay's smile broadened and he nodded. Jay bit his lips as he eyed Logan's book. Would you like me to read you a story? Logan set down his book and frowned lightly at Remus's sleeping form, puzzling out how to retrieve a story for Jay without rousing him. Jay held out his hands and shook his head. He raced to the bookshelf and took down a Frog and Toad book. He handed it to Logan, eyebrows raised. When Logan nodded, Jay clambered into Logan's lap, resting his head against Logan's shoulder and twisting his fingers in Remus's shirt sleeve as though it was a security blanket. Logan smiled, propping the book on his lap to hold it with one hand, his other arm still draped around Remus's chest. 2 short stories, and then you must return to bed. You need optimal sleep and rest. Jay looked up and nodded rapidly, resting his head back against his shoulder as Logan began to quietly read. One day in summer, Frog was not feeling well. Toad said, "Frog, are you looking quite green?" "But I always look green," said Frog. "I'm a frog." Jay giggled quietly and snuggled closer to Logan. He smiled down at the boy and continued to read. "Today, you look very green, even for a frog," said Toad. "Get into my bed and rest." Toad made Frog a cup of hot tea. Frog drank the tea, and then... Chapter 13. Looking for you, I was. Thursday, June 21st, 1948. Hey boys, Beanie wants to know if you want a cold round before we open the doors. Hilly struck his head into the sweltering green room. One of the AC vents had sputtered out that afternoon, and the late June heat had turned the green room and one of the bathrooms on that side of the club into virtual saunas. Roman stood next to Virgil in the far corner and waved at them both with a small folding fan to supplement the oscillating fan working hard to cool the trio. Virgil sat on the counter, dabbing at his melting makeup and leaning his head against Roman's shoulder. Remus watched as the couple exchanged a weighted look. Remus spoke up first. "You know, Hilly, I could really go for some ice water." Virgil shot a smile at Remus, nodding. "Yeah, Hilly, water is good. Thanks, man." Hilly waited for a small nod from Roman before giving them a quick salute and ducking out of the room. 3 ice waters coming up." After he left, Remus returned his attention to his bass, plucking out a little riff from their opening song. The quiet slap of the steel strings against the fingerboard and the motor of the fan the only sound in the room. He pretended not to notice when Virgil nudged Roman with his shoulder, looking significantly at him. Roman looked down at the floor. Virgil nudged him again, this time reaching behind him and pressing gently on a small of his back and looking again at Remus. Roman nodded and stepped a little closer to his brother. Hey, thanks. He jerked his head toward the door where Hilly had just exited. Remus nodded, looking up from his base, fingers still moving across the strings. So, you should know that, Roman turned quickly to look at Virgil, who had slid off the counter and moved closer to the brothers. He reached out to hold Roman's hand. I started going to AA. Remus's hand stilled on the base. You were both right. He swallowed hard, looking down at his feet. I was turning into Dad. Remus's eyes widened, and he whipped his head over to Virgil, peering closely at his face. Virgil shook his head and smiled tightly. Roman caught the look, and he waved his free hand, shaking his head. No, fuck no, I wasn't that bad. The unspoken yet hung between the three of them in the thick, stuffy air. Roman raised Virgil's hand to his lips and gently tugged his fingers. He turned back to his brother. Losing my temper with you was bad enough. Remus shrugged. We've come to blows before, Robro. Shaking his head, Roman muttered, That wasn't a fight, Ree. That was something else. Remus stared at Roman for a long while. Finally, he cracked a smile. Is it bad if I say I'm proud of you? Roman blushed and scoffed lightly, a broad smile spreading across his face. He gently kicked at Remus's boot. Ew, gross. What, next you're going to say you love me or something? Laughing, Remus muttered, Ew, no, of course not. Suddenly stepping forward, Remus wrapped his arms around his brother, squeezing tightly. I love you, Robro, he whispered in his ear. I love you too, punk. Roman whispered back. Virgil playfully hip-checked Remus and took his spot as he kissed Roman, discreetly wiping a tear from his cheek. Remus laughed, picking up his bass. Hey, where's my sugar? Hilly's laughing voice boomed from the doorway. I'd wager he's back at your apartment watching your foster son. They laughed a little too loudly as Remus took the tray of water glasses from Hilly, offering them to Virgil and Roman. Raising his glass, Virgil shrugged. Is he wrong? Remus rubbed the back of his neck, pretending the flush on his cheeks was just from the heat. You boys ready? Hilly checked his watch, then lit a cigarette. Remus looked at his bandmates, meeting first Virgil's, then Roman's eyes. Ready, he said, grinning at Hilly. Patton could smell Logan's cooking the moment he opened the door to their apartment. Oh, Lo, are you making meatloaf? He grinned, and his shoulders danced as he quickly locked the door behind himself and toed off his shoes. Perhaps. Logan's amused voice lilted from the kitchen. He laughed. If you come in here, you can test the mashed potatoes. I hope I caught you before you added too much pepper this time. Patton giggled as he joined his brother in front of the stove and retrieved a small spoon from the utensil drawer, bouncing in anticipation. He scooped a bit on the edge of his spoon and blew on it before popping it in his mouth with a grin. Oh man, Lo, it's so good. After dropping his spoon in the sink, Patton washed his hands. So, what's the occasion? This is pretty elaborate for a Monday night for you. Continuing to whisk the potatoes, Logan reached over to turn off the heat on the asparagus. It's been a while since our schedules have been sufficiently aligned to have dinner together. Patton winced as he looked up at his brother. Logan quickly patted his shoulder and smiled. I am not condemning you for having a social life, Patton. He shrugged a tiny smile, tugging on his lips. Recently, neither of us has been home in the evening as much as we used to. It's nice, you know, to get to talk to each other a bit. Each of the brothers looked away. Logan covered the mashed potatoes and put on oven mitts as Patton dried his hands and pulled 2 plates from the cabinet. Well, yes. Pat, there's something serious I wish to speak with you about. Patton chewed at his lip. Me too, actually. Oh? Logan looked carefully at Patton's expression. Is everything all right? Oh, yeah, nothing to worry about. Patton winced again. Sorry, I've, been a frequent bearer of bad news, huh? Logan shrugged lightly as Patton shook his head again. No, it's nothing bad at all. I wanted to ask if, well, see, Barb needs a place to stay. She's been subletting since she moved out of her dorm at Columbia, and Logan blinked in surprise as he set down trivets on the table. And you would like her to move in here? She would share my room. I can fit another bed in there. Patton waved his hands quickly when Logan raised his eyebrow. Oh, not like that. Barb knows I don't, Well, please, just think about it, Lo. Allow me to finish, please. Logan put a slice of meatloaf on Patton's plate as he spoke. Last weekend, Remus signed a lease on the apartment downstairs. It will provide them more space, and he won't need to sleep on the couch anymore. Logan fidgeted with his napkin. I was going to tell you that he and I have been talking about me moving in as well. Oh, well, Barb wouldn't need... Patton's brow furrowed until he caught Logan's eyebrow raise and a small smile. Oh. Patton grinned. Oh, Lo. He leapt out from his seat to hug his brother, knocking both of their eyeglasses askew. I'm really happy for you, for both of you. Patton's smile grew. For all of you, actually. Logan tilted his head, watching Patton's rapidly morphing facial expressions. I'm sorry for not trusting your motivations more, Logan. Patton traced his little lines through his mashed potatoes and wouldn't meet his brother's eyes. The night I brought Jay home to Remus, I finally saw what you did, what you were trying to tell me for so long. He rested his hand on Patton's, and he finally looked up. Patton smiled at his brother. He really loves Jay. And Jay loves both of you. Logan unlocked the front door, and Jay rushed inside, pushing the door open and holding it. Jay kicked off his shoes and slid them against the wall with his foot. Hanging his keys on a hook next to the door, Logan smiled and nodded at the boy once the door closed. Thank you for holding the door, Jay. Jay smiled brightly at the praise, making the sign for you're welcome. Here is your bag, Logan added as he handed him the tote emblazoned with the School is Cool at PS 63, Summer 1984 logo. Will you put it away in your room? Nodding, he raced back to his bedroom. He returned a moment later with his blinking 4th of July kaleidoscope, peering at Logan through the lens. Logan chuckled. Does that help you see Father? Jay giggled and shook his head as he followed him to the kitchen. His face lit up when he saw Remus sitting at the kitchen table, a few envelopes scattered in front of him. Jay threw himself at his side, hugging him tightly. Remus turned in his seat to return Jay's hug. He kissed the side of his head. Oh, hi, you two. I didn't hear you come in. After a moment, Jay's rumbling stomach grew too much to ignore, and he opened the refrigerator and took out the milk and a pint of strawberries. Logan's brow furrowed, and he moved to Remus's side, placing one hand on his shoulder, carding his other through his hair. Love, are you all right? He murmured before he put his arm around Remus's shoulder and looked down at the envelope he held in shaking hands. Logan read the return address on the envelope and smiled. Is that what I think it is? They both stared at the light green envelope in Remus's hands, the bold letters of the return address a beacon. New York City Office of Vital Records. Remus sucked in a breath and looked up at Logan with wide eyes, then over at Jay as he carefully poured milk into a cup. I think so. Logan moved another chair next to Remus. He sat down and Jay climbed into his lap. Well, the envelope is addressed to you. He grinned when Remus looked at him. You should open it. Slowly, and perhaps a bit hesitantly, Remus opened the envelope. Jay's eyes darted between Remus's forehead, wrinkled with worry, and Logan's broad grin with dancing eyes. The envelope opened. Remus pulled out the single piece of paper inside. He unfolded the heavy embossed stock and held it with trembling hands. It was a newly certified copy of Jay's birth certificate, and in the box labeled Father was heavy black print stating simply, Puños, Remus, Daniel. I can't believe it's real, Remus whispered. I mean, he swallowed hard, staring at the page. Is it real? Logan carefully lifted Remus's chin to look at him and Jay. Love, in every way that's important, you are his father. He reached down and tapped the embossed certificate in Remus's hand. Now you have the piece of paper that backs you up and tells the world that you're Jay's dad. Still sitting on Logan's lap, Jay leaned his head against Remus's shoulder, hugging his arms, and whispered, Dad. Friday, August 20th, 2010, Cleveland, Ohio, USA. You were right, Remus murmured next to Logan's ear as they stood in front of the large glass display case on the first level of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Logan wrapped his arms around Remus and hummed as he kissed his cheek. Well, now you're just pandering to my fondness for being told that I'm right. Remus laughed. Oh, don't start that now. He let his hands rest on top of Logan's and let out a slow, relaxed breath. I was going to say you were right that this was a good time of year to visit the museum. Well, of course. Logan grinned, nudging his glasses back into place. School started last week in the plurality of Ohio public school districts, but it is too early in the year for major field trips. That significantly reduces local visitor counts. Remus twisted his head and watched Logan dive into his explanation with a growing grin. The typical humid Midwest summer weather ensures that this region is not a prime tourist destination in August. However, Lake Erie is quite beautiful this time of year, and I booked us a trip on... His voice trailed off as he finally registered Remus's fond smile. And I have already explained all of this more times than you can count, haven't I? Pressing a kiss against his mouth, Remus whispered, And I listen happily every time you do. Dad, Pop! Jay's voice rang out over the excited din of the rest of the crowd. The pair turned, and Remus held Logan's hand as they followed the sound of his voice. They looked out over the mezzanine railing, peering down to the level below them. Jay grinned and waved both hands above his head. Once he caught their attention, he pointed in another direction. He cupped his mouth with both hands, calling up at them. I think I found it. Remus and Logan's eyes followed where Jay pointed. Remus's jaw dropped. Holy fuck, it's really here? Logan grinned and wrapped an arm around his waist. Shall we get closer, love? Remus nodded silently. We'll be right down, Jay, Logan called back to their son before they carefully wove their way through the crowds of tourists to join the small huddle of visitors posing for pictures underneath CBGB's second awning. Reunited, the trio stood in quiet awe as they looked up at the dingy, weather-worn awning. Remus pointed up to a corner in the underside. Holy shit, does that really say Virgil? Language, Roman muttered as his eyes flicked reflexively to Jay. Jay laughed. Pops, I think it's okay if I hear Dad cursing once I'm past 30. Uncle Pat's rubbing off on you. Yeah, besides, what was that you muttered when the schmuck in the pickup truck cut you off outside the airport parking lot? Logan pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes at both of them. January 31st, 1987, Jay's 10th birthday party in front of 4 impressionable young 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds. An objectionable phrase was uttered. Remus and Jay exchanged a glance as they fought and failed to hold back their laughter. Logan put on his most serious disciplinarian face and continued, and I quote, if this Remus pressed forward and kissed Logan before he could finish the word. Are you trying to silence me with affection, Mr. Puños? Sorry, Teach. Remus's grin revealed the depth of his remorselessness. Careful, Dad. He'll make you call him Principal Sanders with that attitude. Logan scoffed, his attempt to feign outrage marred by the giant grin spread across his face, and the laugh he couldn't quite suppress. Jay stood close to them and stared up to where Remus had pointed earlier. You know, I think it does say Virgil. He turned to Remus and Logan. Do you think Uncle V actually wrote that? Logan stared closely and shook his head. Look closer. He pointed at the spot slightly obscured by the metal frame that supported that frayed fabric awning. There's a heart. Ro, you vandal! Remus laughed. I gotta send them a pic. They are 13 hours ahead of us. Logan checked his watch. It is 2 o'clock in the morning local time. Jay nodded. Right about when their Friday night concert ends. You might catch them before they head to bed. Remus snapped a picture just as a museum volunteer approached them. Remus lowered his phone, anticipating a stern lecture about flash photography. Instead, the volunteer said, Can I take a picture of the 3 of you? That would be very kind, thank you, Logan answered, and Remus passed over his phone. Jay moved to one side of Remus, and Logan slipped his arm around his back on the other. Remus pulled them both close and smiled.
Thank you all for listening. I'm so glad I get to do some of these longer stories for you. I do hope you all enjoyed it. Please make sure, if you did enjoy it, to go to the link in my description to the actual AO3 document. Leave some comments for Edu. Let them know how much you enjoyed the story and just shower them with praise. Thank you again for being here, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.